glanced over my shoulder and sighed. "I take it you're not going to eat anything while we're here?"
"I didn't say that."
"Well, stop griping then, and let's find a place to eat." Closing the bag, I started down the hallway, looking for some privacy. My room was the logical place, but I felt cramped and claustrophobic in that tiny space and wanted to see the open sky.
"Fine, Princess."
Ash and Puck followed me up the stairs into the ruins above.
"But if I get sick, I expect you to wait on me hand and foot."
"If you get sick, I'll just have Ash put you out of your misery." "I'm touched that you care." The tower was buzzing tonight as scores of rebels scurried back and forth, trying to repair the damage one lone gremlin had caused. I felt a nasty glow of satisfaction as I watched them, and a strange pride that I had caused this. Well, that my gremlin had caused this. What good were they, these rebels, if all they did was hide from the false king in the hopes that someone else cleaned up the mess? And when did I start thinking of the gremlin as mine? Despite the activity in the tower, the space around the great oak was quiet and still. I felt drawn to it, just as I was the first night we came here. Beneath the towering limbs, nestled in a circle of roots at the base of the trunk, I sat down and started pulling out rations. Ash and Puck looked on warily until I waved a plastic spoon at them. "Sit," I ordered, pointing to the roots. "I know this isn't fairy wine, but it's all we've got, and we have to eat something." Dumping a can of fruit cocktail into a paper bowl, I passed it to Ash. He took it and perched gingerly on the edge of a root. Puck sat and gazed mournfully into the bowl I handed him.
"Not an apple slice to be found,"
he sighed, picking through the gooey mess with his fingers.
"How can mortals even pass this off as fruit? It's like a peach farmer threw up in a bowl."
Ash picked up the spoon, gazing at it like it was an alien life form. Dropping it back into his untouched food, he placed the bowl on the ground and stood. "Ash?" I looked up from my cold beans. "What are you doing?"
"It's watching us."
Very casually, his hand went to his sword hilt.
"Very close this time. It feels—"
He closed his eyes, and I saw a shimmer of glamour around him.
"Like it's right above us."
He whirled, blindingly quick. There was a flash of blue light as he hurled something at the tree, and a second later a high-pitched squeal rang out as something dropped from the branches, nearly landing in my lap. I jumped up. It was a big metal insect of some sort, shiny and wasp-like, its wings still buzzing faintly as it died. Our mysterious stalker finally brought into the open. An ice shard had gone clean through its body, ripping it apart, but its hooked legs clutched something long and slender. Bending down, avoiding the needle-like stinger on the end, I wrenched the object from the creature's grasp. It was a stick, a branch with several leaves sprouting along the wood. The wood was still alive, though the leaves were flecked with iron, and shiny threads ran along the length. A note was wrapped around the stick, and as I pulled it off, Ash gently took the branch from me, narrowing his eyes.
"Do you know what this is?"
he murmured. Puck smirked.
Yes, actually. In most circles, it's called a stick, used for starting fires, poking large insects, and playing fetch with your dog."
Ash ignored him.
"It's the branch from a rowan tree,"
he said, meeting my gaze.
"And, given the circumstances, I don't think it's a coincidence. He knows we're here. He sent this directly to you."
My blood ran cold. "You think he's out there?"
"I'm sure of it. Read the message."
I unrolled the note, feeling my stomach clench as I scanned the words. "The Iron King has a proposal for you. Find me." Peering at the note upside down, Puck scowled.
"Find him? Like we're going to drop everything and tromp all over the Iron Realm looking for him. You're not thinking of actually meeting him, are you, Princess?"
"I think I should," I said slowly, looking at Ash. "He might know of something that we can use against the false king. Or maybe the false king is offering to end the war.
Or it could be a trap, and Rowan will betray us like he did all of Faerie.
Ash's voice was cold. That might be, but I still think we should see what he wants, what he's offering. I looked around at the dozens of rebels moving about the ruins. But first, we need to find a way out of here. You heard Glitch. He's not going to let us walk out the front door.
Finally!
Puck grinned, rubbing his hands together. I thought we were never going to get out of here. So what's your pleasure? Diversion, fight, sneaking out the back door?
Before we bring the entire camp down on our heads, Ash said, handing me the branch, perhaps we should figure out where Rowan is first.
Oh, right. That would make sense, wouldn't it? I stared at the note, wishing yet again that fairies would just say what they meant without making it into a riddle. I wish Grim were here. He'd know where to find Rowan. I felt a sudden stab of guilt for not thinking of the cat until now. You think he'll be all right? Should we try to get him a message?
Too risky.
Ash shook his head.
We could draw suspicion to ourselves, and besides, no one but us knows the Ketchi is here. That might prove useful later on, having an ally no one else is aware of.
Grim can take care of himself, Princess, Puck agreed, eager to get started. It's what he's best at, after all.
So the question is, how do we figure out where the stick came from?
I looked around and saw a skinny hacker elf walking through the ruins, carrying an armful of keyboards and wires. Easy. We just ask. Excuse me, I called, jogging up to the elf, who jumped and gave me a nervous look over the tangle of computer wires. His huge black eyes, with lines of green numbers scrolling across, whirled anxiously. Diode, right? I was wondering if you could help me. The hacker blinked, shuffling his feet. Glitch has informed us that we are not to engage you old bloods in verbal communication, he said in a nasal voice. I just have a question. I smiled at him, hoping to make him less nervous. It only succeeded in making him squirm more. Sighing, I held up the rowan branch. I found this by the oak tree. Do you know what it is? Diode narrowed his eyes. That is a Sorbus aucuparia, more commonly known as a European mountain ash or rowan tree. Yes, most of the natural flora and fauna has since been overtaken by ferrous influences, but there are a few places where you can find them still clinging to their natural state. I understood only half of what he was saying, but got the general idea. Where? I asked, and Diode blinked again. The nearest stand of Sorbus aucuparia is 2.7 miles due west from the tower, he said, nodding in the general direction. Of course, you won't be able to see it, being forbidden to leave the compound and all. Oh, my! He stepped back from me, and his eyes whirled. You're not planning to escape, are you? Glitch will find out, and the trail would lead back to me, and I'd be an accomplice to a crime. Please tell me you're not planning an escape. Relax, I'm not planning an escape. Not entirely a lie, since he just told me to tell him that, rather than asking me if I was. But it must have worked because he breathed a relieved sigh and relaxed. Well, that's nice. But I have to get back to work. The hacker elf backed up, nearly tripping over his own feet, and gave me a shaky smile. I have to be somewhere else now. It was, goodbye. Clutching his cables, he fled into the ruins. Did you two hear that? I asked as Puck and Ash appeared behind me. Ash made a thoughtful noise and crossed his arms.
3 miles due west,
he murmured, gazing after the fleeing elf.
Not far. But do you think it's wise to let him go? He might run straight to Glitch.
Then we should move fast. I checked my sword and my armor, making sure all were in place. We're getting out of here now. Puck's eyes gleamed. Need a spectacular diversion of some sort, Princess? He asked. No, let's not burn any bridges before we have to. I started into the ruins, looking for a certain flight of stairs that would take us where we needed to go. We might want to come back here, and I don't want to fight a horde of angry rebels because you blew up their base or something. We're sneaking out nice and quiet."
But if we're sneaking out, shouldn't we be looking for the back door?" "Hide!"
Ash suddenly grabbed my arm and pulled me behind a pillar, crushing me to his chest as Puck dove behind a rock pile. A split second later, Glitch appeared on the far side of the room, with Diode at his heels.
"I don't know, sir,"
Diode was saying,
"but it seemed suspicious. You don't think she's planning an escape, do you? She told me she wasn't."
"That doesn't mean anything,"
Glitch said. I could feel Ash's heart against my palm, though he had gone perfectly still, hardly breathing.
"You haven't met a human in your life, Diode, so you don't know that they're all capable of lying through their teeth."
Diode gasped, and Glitch blew out a long breath, running his hands through his spines.
"It might not be anything,"
he said as they continued walking. I held my breath as they passed behind our pillar.
"But go ahead and find her, all the same. The last thing we want is that girl throwing herself under the false king's wheels."
"Of course, sir."
Their voices faded as they continued into the ruins and out of sight. Puck popped up from behind the rubble.
"If we're gonna leave, we should do it soon. Like now, before Sockhead figures it all out."
"This way," I hissed, and we hurried on. After a few more close calls, I finally saw the base of the stairs to the tallest landing, the one that gazed out over the plateau. Unfortunately, it was also guarded by a burly dwarf with a mechanical arm and an iron-tipped spear. Several hacker elves crouched nearby, repairing wires and other electronics.
"Want me to take them out?"
Ash muttered as we crouched in the shadows.
"Yeah, that wouldn't be noisy at all,"
Puck whispered back. I glared at the dwarf and the Iron Fae, the only obstacles to reaching our destination. And then I saw the glint of a glowing green eye in the ruins above, the curve of a neon smile. Razor, he would distract them, I bet, if I could just make him hear me. As if reading my mind, the gremlin suddenly turned and looked right at us. I caught my breath. Well, why not? Razor, if you can hear this, I need to get past that dwarf onto the stairs. Could you maybe cause a diversion or something? The gremlin grinned madly, and then with a screech that sounded almost maniacal, scuttled from his hiding place in a flurry of sparks, drawing the attention of everything in the room. Laughing, he dangled overhead, seeming to mock them all, before zipping out of sight. Shouts and curses filled the ruins as the rebels, dwarf included, dropped everything to pursue the gremlin.
"Well, that's convenient,"
Puck mused.
"I really need to get a few of those things."
"Come on," I snapped, and we bolted up the stairs, still hearing the shouts of the rebels below as Razor led them on a wild goose or gremlin chase. We reached the landing without opposition, the wind whipping my hair as we stepped onto the ledge. Puck gave me a look of mock alarm as I gazed up the tower wall, searching for our way out. How exactly were you planning on getting us out this way, Princess? Fly?" "Yes." I finally spotted what I was looking for, hanging off the wall near the very top, a cluster of gliders sleeping in the sun. I whistled softly, and they roused themselves, turning their insect heads to peer down at us. Puck, following my gaze, made a revolted noise in the back of his throat. "You're kidding me. You want us to fly out of here on those things? How about I just turn into a bird and follow you?" "No, you heard what Mab said." I beckoned to the gliders, and they buzzed sleepily. "Using glamour could shatter your amulet. We want to conserve it as much as possible." Puck grimaced. "I think I might make an exception for this, Princess. Not that I don't enjoy the thought of being carried around by a big metal bug, but—" He backed up a step as the gliders began crawling down the wall. "Oh, wonderful. They're looking at me weird, Princess." "What's the matter, good fellow?" Ash smirked, crossing his arms as the gliders landed on the platform, watching us with huge, multifaceted eyes. "Afraid of a few bugs?"
Bugs are creepy. Puck made a face at one of the gliders, wincing as it buzzed at him. Giant bugs that look at me weird belong in horror flicks. He sneered at Ash. Besides, I don't see you stepping up to the plate, Prince. I just want to make this moment last as long as I can. Guys, there's no time for this. I glared at them and they stopped, looking guilty. This is our only way out. Just follow my lead and do what I do. I walked to the edge of the landing and looked down. Yesterday, gazing at that vast drop made my stomach want to crawl up my throat. Now, my heart raced with excitement, and I spread my arms. For a moment, nothing happened, and I was afraid the gliders wouldn't respond after all. But then I heard the familiar buzz of wings, and a second later, the glider landed on my shoulders, curling its copper legs around me. Creepy, Puck sang. I turned to glare at him. Shut up and listen. You use the front legs to steer. Try to relax and you'll be fine. I ignored Puck's dubious look and faced forward again. Here we go, I muttered, and dove off the edge. The wind caught the glider's wings and sent us both shooting upward, and my adrenaline soared in response. I thought I heard Puck's yell of disbelief as I spiraled up and grinned wildly, imagining his face if I showed him what the glider could really do. But there was no time for the crazy dives and aerial maneuvers of the night before, though I could feel the glider's excitement as well, like a flighty racehorse eager to run. I did a couple of backward loops just to get it out of our systems, before circling back to see if the boys needed further encouragement. To my surprise, both Puck and Ash had managed to take off, and both were gliding toward me, though Puck did look a bit green as I pulled alongside them. Are you two all right? I called, trying not to grin. Puck gave me a weak thumbs up. Fabulous, Princess! His glider buzzed loudly, and he winced. Though I'd much rather be flying on my own wings. This isn't natural. Which way from here? Ash pointed toward the distant horizon. Due west is that way, he said, and I nodded. Without even waiting for me to steer it, my glider abruptly veered off to the right, and we set a course for Rowan and the setting sun. Chapter 19. Rowan's Proposal. After several minutes of flying, I spotted a dark blotch shimmering like a mirage on the otherwise flat landscape. As we drew closer, I saw that it was a stand of trees, still alive, an oasis in the middle of the blasted wasteland. But circling overhead, I also saw that they were dying, their trunks streaked with metal, and most of their leaves already bright and metallic. A few sparse limbs bore leaves that were still alive, and they matched the branch I'd found at the rebel base. This was our Rowan stand, all right. If the note was to be trusted, Ash's traitor brother was here. We landed our gliders, which buzzed anxiously about being left, and entered the grove cautiously, weapons drawn. The trees shivered in the wind, metallic branches scraping together like knives, making chills run up my spine. Rowan stepped out of the trees ahead, a lean figure in white, his horribly burned face making my stomach clench. 2 iron knights flanked him, their jointed, segmented armor bearing a new symbol. Instead of a barbed wire crown, the symbol of an iron fist now adorned their breastplates, punching up toward the sky. One of the knights was a stranger, unfamiliar to me, but I recognized the second immediately. The face above the breastplate could have been Ash's, except for the scar marring his cheek and the deadness in his gray eyes. Whoa, I'm seeing double, Puck muttered, blinking rapidly. Long-lost brother of yours, Ice Boy? Were you separated at birth or something? That's Tertius, I whispered as we continued to approach. He was with Iron Horse the first time we went into the Iron Realm. I saw him again at the Winter Palace when he stole the scepter of the seasons and killed Sage. Ash clenched his fists at that, the air around him turning cold. Don't underestimate him.
He might look like Ash, but he's an Iron Knight through and through. Yeah, but... Puck looked from Tertius to Ash and back again. That doesn't tell me why he looks like Ice Boy's clone. Because, Rowan answered, his smooth voice carrying through the trees. He is a clone of my dear little brother. The former King Machina created his knights to be his elite guard, so he fashioned them in the images of those at court. You should have seen my double, ugly bastard. I did him a favor and put him out of his misery. Sage's twin, unfortunately, was gone before we could ever meet. He stopped a few yards away and bowed, the two knights stopping just behind each shoulder. Hello again, Princess. I'm very glad you could make it, and with your two lapdogs in tow as well. I'm impressed. That must have taken some serious magic. His blue eyes flickered to Ash, gleaming dangerously, and he smiled. That's a lovely necklace, little brother, but it won't save you in the end. The only way to survive the Iron Realm is to become part of it. You're only buying yourself some time with that bauble. Once it breaks, and I'm sure it will, this realm will swallow you whole. It will buy me enough time to kill you, Ash replied, which I'm happy to do right now if you like. Now. Rowan waggled a finger at him. None of that. We're not here to fight. I come here to offer a proposal that could potentially end this war. Don't you want to stop the war, Meghan Chase? I was instantly suspicious and crossed my arms. That's why you brought me here? So you can bargain for the false king? Of course, Rowan soothed. But first, I'll need an agreement from you, Princess. One that says we agree not to kill each other while standing on neutral ground. We wouldn't want my dear little brother to forget himself and attack, now would we? I narrowed my eyes. I'm more worried about you double-crossing us and having an ambush waiting right outside. Why should I trust you? You wound me, Princess. Rowan put a hand over his heart. I can assure you, all we want to do is talk. But if you're not interested in hearing our proposal, I guess we'll leave with our tails between our legs and continue our march on the Never-Never. Oh, fine. I could do this dance with Rowan forever, but it would get us no closer to the proposal. Still, I'd learned my lesson with fairy deals and bargains and chose my words carefully. We'll agree to a truce if your side honors it as well, as long as we stand on neutral ground. I gestured to the grove around us. Neither side will attack the other. Agreed? Agreed. There now, that wasn't so bad, was it? Rowan smiled at me, infuriatingly smug. And you're going to want to hear this, Princess. In fact, I think you'll find this deal very interesting. He leaned back and watched me, taking his time. I didn't answer, refusing to rise to the bait. Rowan grinned. Your side is done, Princess, he said. We all know you can't win. The Iron King's army is far greater than either Summer's or Winter's, and his fortress is impenetrable. In a few days, Faerie will be consumed by the Iron Realm, unless Meghan Chase steps up to save it. Get to the point, Rowan. Rowan leered at me, reminding me of a grinning skull. The Iron King is prepared to stop his advance on the Never-Never, call back all his forces, and halt his fortress where it stands today, if you agree to his proposal. Which is? To marry him. Rowan's smile grew wider, matching my look of horror. Join your power to his, wed Summer to Iron, and the Iron King will cease his war on the Never-Never for as long as you remain his bride. That way, no one else gets hurt, no one else dies, and most important, the Never-Never as you know it will survive. But you must agree to become his queen,
or he will hit the courts of summer and winter with everything at his disposal, and he will destroy them."
My hands were shaking, and I clenched my fists to stop them. That's his deal? Marriage? My stomach recoiled in disgust, and I took a breath to hide the sickness. What is it with all these Iron Kings wanting to marry me?
"Not a bad offer, if you ask me," Rowan said, smirking. "Become a queen, save the world. Of course, you would be married in name only. The Iron King has no interest in your, body. Just your power. I'm sure he would even let you keep your pet lapdogs if you want. Think of all the lives you would save just by saying yes."
I felt ill, but if I could stop the war without anyone dying, was marrying the Iron King worth saving the entire Never Never? The lives I could save, Ash and Puck and everyone else. I glanced at Ash and found him looking as sick and horrified as I felt.
"Meghan, no,"
he said, as if reading my thoughts.
"You don't have to do this."
"Of course she doesn't have to," Rowan called.
"She can simply refuse, and the Iron King will march into the Never Never and destroy everything. But maybe she doesn't care about saving Fairy after all. Maybe all those lost lives have no meaning to her. If that's the case, then please, carry on and forget this conversation ever happened."
I closed my eyes, my mind spinning with choices and possibilities. If I agree, can I get close enough to the false king to stab him? Would that break the terms of the proposal? I have to try. This might be our only chance to get close, but... I opened my eyes and looked at Ash, at the fierce protectiveness on his face, the fear that I would say yes. "I'm so sorry, Ash. I don't want to betray you. I hope you can forgive me for this." Something in my expression must have tipped him off, for he went pale and took a step forward, clutching my upper arms, fingers digging into my skin.
"Meghan."
His voice was hard, but I could hear the despair below the surface.
"Don't. Please."
Rowan laughed, cruel as the edge of a blade, enjoying our torment.
"Oh, yes, beg her again, little brother," he taunted. "Beg her not to save Fairy. Let her see you for what you really are, a soulless creature consumed with your own selfish desires, uncaring of anything but what you consider yours. Make sure you tell her how much you love her, enough to destroy your entire court and everything in it."
"Hey, corpse breath, why don't you do everyone a favor and sew your lips shut?" Puck drawled, his eyes narrowed in anger. "It'll match the rest of your face and be an improvement. Don't listen to him, Princess," he continued, turning to me. "These kinds of marriage proposals always have some hidden agenda or loophole." Something Puck said jogged my memory, and I gently freed myself from Ash to face Rowan. "Let's hear that proposal again," I said, "from the beginning. Just his offer, word for word."
Rowan rolled his eyes. "Do I look like a parrot?" he sneered. "Fine, Princess. But I grow impatient, and so does the king. Last time, so do your best to follow. Yes? The Iron King wishes you to become his queen, wed Summer to Iron, and he will cease his war with the Never Never for as long as you remain his bride."
"As long as I remain his bride," I repeated. "Till death do us part, I suppose?"
"That is the traditional wedding vow, I believe."
"So, what's to stop him from killing me as soon as I say I do?"
Rowan stiffened, and the two Iron Knights shared a glance. "You assume the Iron King would do such a thing?"
"Of course he would," Puck added, nodding as if it all made sense. "If Meghan weds her power to his, he won't need her anymore. She will have already given him what he wants. So on their wedding night,
Off with her head. He will cease his war with the Never Never as long as she remains his bride. Ash continued thoughtfully, narrowing his eyes. Which means he'll resume his march as soon as she's dead. And he'll be more powerful than ever, I finished. Rowan laughed, but it sounded rather forced. Fascinating theory, he taunted, though it lacked the usual bite. But it doesn't change the fact that the Iron King is ready to destroy the Never Never, and this is your only chance to stop him. What's your answer, Princess? I looked at Ash, smiled faintly, and turned to Rowan. The answer is no, I said firmly. I refuse. Tell the false king he doesn't have to offer a marriage proposal to get me to come to him. I'll be there soon enough, when it's time to kill him. Rowan's lips curled in a nasty smile. How very predictable, he mused, backing up. I thought you might say that, Princess. That's why I've already sent forces to destroy your little rebel base. Better hurry back. They should almost be there by now. What? I stared at Rowan, wishing I could punch the smirk right off his face. You bastard! They weren't even a threat. You couldn't have left them alone? Glitch is a traitor to the Iron King, and his rebels are a blight that must be eliminated, Rowan said smugly. Besides, I would have destroyed them anyway, just to see the look on your face when you realized more people will die because of you. Of course, the longer you stay here talking, the more time you waste to warn your little friends. I would start running now, Princess. I dug my nails into my palms, anger burning my chest. We couldn't fight them. The terms of the truce prevented it, and we had to get back quickly to help Glitch, if it wasn't already too late. Rowan smiled at me, knowing our position, and waved cheerfully. I glared at him, backing away with Ash and Puck. When I come for the false king, I told Rowan, I'll be coming for you, too. I promise you that. The traitor prince ran a blackened tongue along his lips. Oh, I'm looking forward to it, Princess. He grinned, and we sprinted out of the grove. Part 3. Chapter 20. Iron against iron. I heard the battle even over the howl of the wind. Pushing my glider as fast as it could possibly go, I swooped over a rise and saw the tower ruins swarming with enemy forces. Iron knights clashed with armored dwarves, silvery praying mantises with scythe-like arms swiped at frantic hacker elves, and metal clockwork hounds hurled themselves into the fray. In the distance, a huge beetle tank lumbered toward the base, crushing everything in its path, as musket elves blasted their guns into the crowds. We should take out that bug first, Ash called, drawing alongside me. If I take care of the gunners on top, can you bring it down? I nodded, ignoring the persistent fear in my gut. I think so. You two go on, Puck shouted, wheeling his glider away. I'll hold the line at the entrance. Make sure nothing gets through. See you when we win, Princess, he called as he swooped away. I took a breath and glanced at my knight. Ready, Ash? He nodded. Let's go. I pushed the glider's legs and sent it into a steep dive, swooping toward the huge black insect. Far below, the screech of metal rang in my ears. The boom of gunshots echoed over the field, and the screams of the wounded and dying made my skin crawl. Something small and fast zipped by us, hitting the glider's leg in a burst of sparks and making it veer sharply to the left. Wheeling around, I looked back to see several bird-like creatures, their beaks and the edges of their wings gleaming like a sword edge, spiraling up for another dive bomb attack. "Split up!" I yelled to Ash, who had seen them as well. "We're sitting ducks otherwise. I'll try to draw off their attacks." Without waiting for a reply,
I yanked on the glider's leg and sent it wheeling in another direction, looking back for the bombers. Two broke from the flock and streaked toward me with high-pitched cries. I banked left, missing them, but barely. They shot past me like falling stars, viciously fast. One of the bird's razor-edged wings hit my poor glider again, nearly making me lose control as the bird darted away. Straightening out again, I looked up to see the birds coming around once more and clenched my jaw. "Okay, birds, you want to play? Come on, then." I pushed the glider into a steep dive, aiming for the battle below. The birds followed, their hunting cries echoing behind me. As we zipped by Ash, I spared him a split-second glance, just in time to see icy blue light burst from the front of his glider and the shattered form of a bird drop away. I felt a stab of alarm as we passed. He was using glamour. But then the ground came swooping up insanely fast, filling my vision, and I had no time for other thoughts. I pulled up, barely missing the top of a knight's head, and heard a shriek of dismay as the closest dive bird slammed into the Iron Knight with a loud crunch, sending them both tumbling over the field. Weaving and dodging, I skimmed along the ground, soldiers and rebels whipping by me like telephone poles as I headed for the tower. "This might not have been such a great idea," I muttered. But then it was too late, and we flew straight into the ruins. Beams and walls loomed up in front of me. I dodged and ducked frantically, yanking madly on the poor glider's legs as we avoided crashing by a hair-breadth again and again. I didn't dare look back to see how our remaining pursuer was doing, but I didn't hear any crash or screech of metal, so I assumed it was still following us. As I ducked under a beam, the ruins fell away, and the tree rose up in the center, huge and magnificent. With the bird's angry screams still on my tail, I hurled myself at the trunk. A shudder went through the glider, and I gritted my teeth. "Come on, just give me one more trick," I muttered. The trunk loomed before us, filling my vision. At the last possible second, I yanked sharply, and the glider swooped straight up, missing the tree by inches. The bird was not so fortunate and slammed beak first into the trunk, making several leaves tumble to the ground. I couldn't pause to celebrate, though, as we were skimming vertically along the tree so close I could have reached out and touched it, and the branches were zooming down at us. With one last effort, we dodged and wove our way through the top of the tree until finally, bursting through the canopy in an explosion of silver leaves, into open sky. The glider sagged, its whole body trembling, and I reached up to pat its chest. "You did good," I panted, shaking myself. "It's not over yet, though." The glider gave a tired buzz, but roused itself and shot forward toward the battle again. Ash came swooping toward us, his expression and even the way he flew his glider determined and angry. "Why do you insist on hurling yourself into battles where I can't follow?" he snarled, wheeling his glider next to mine. "I can't protect you if you're constantly running away from me." His words stung, and my adrenaline-soaked brain responded in turn before I thought better of it. "I made the call. It was a split-second decision. I don't need your approval, Ash. I don't need you to protect me from everything." Shock, hurt, and disbelief flickered across his features. Then his expression closed, his eyes turning blank and stony as the mask of the unseelie prince dropped across his face. "As you wish, lady," he said in a stiff, formal voice. "What would you have me do?" I shivered, hearing him speak like that. The cold, unreachable ice prince. But there was no time to talk, as a scream from the fighting below and the roar of gunfire jerked me back to the situation. Talking would have to wait. "This way," I said, and pushed my glider into a steep dive, Ash following on my tail. The fighting was still fast and furious, but the numbers were fewer now on both sides. The monstrous iron beetle still plodded forward relentlessly, scattering waves of rebels before it, their weapons bouncing off its metal hide. "We have to take that bug down, now!" I yelled to Ash, hoping he could hear me. "If I can get on top of it, I might be able to stop it." As I circled the beetle,
The musket elves perched on its broad back looped up and spotted me. Swinging their guns around, there was a roar of musket fire, and I felt the wind from several iron balls go zinging past my face. The glider jerked violently, shuddering in the air, and I fought to keep it upright. Then Ash's glider swooped by overhead, and the unseelie knight dropped right into the cluster of elves. Sword flashing, he whirled and spun in a blue circle of death, and the elves fell away, tumbling off the beetle to the unforgiving ground. Standing alone on the back of the huge insect, Ash gave his blade a final flourish and slammed it back in its sheath. His cold gaze met mine, defiant and unyielding, a silent challenge. Avoiding his icy glare, I swung close enough to drop onto the beetle's carapace, letting my poor gallant glider fly off to recuperate. Okay, I was on the bug's back. Now what? I looked around, wondering if there was a steering wheel or reins or something that controlled this giant thing. The antennae, Ash said flatly, breaking through my thoughts. I blinked at him. What? The Ice Prince gave me one of his hostile stares and gestured toward the front of the beetle, where a pair of stiff, black antennae, each as thick as my arm, stuck over the bug's carapace. Ropes dangling from the tips of the antennae swept down and were tied to a platform behind the beetle's head. "There's your saddle," Ash pointed out, still in that same cold, flat voice. "Better get this thing under control before it plows straight into the tower." I swallowed the lump in my throat and hurried to the steering platform, arms spread to balance against the swaying of the giant bug. Grabbing the reins, I peered out over the beetle's head, seeing the remaining forces of knights and rebels scurrying away before me. I saw Glitch, locked in battle with a huge clockwork golem, roll under the giant's blow and touch the golem's knee as he passed. The golem spasmed, froze in place, and toppled to the ground, threads of lightning crawling over its body. An Iron Knight rushed Glitch from behind, but Puck suddenly leaped over the golem and slammed his foot into the knight's face, knocking him back. They were fighting bravely, but the false king's forces had backed the rebels against the base of the tower and were steadily closing in. They needed the cavalry, right now. "Okay, bug," I muttered, gripping the reins. The beetle's antennae twitched, and it cocked a massive black eye back to stare at me. "I hope you like me better than every horse I've ever been on. Now charge!" The bug lurched forward, nearly throwing me from the platform, and gave a bellow that shook the earth. Iron knights and soldiers glanced back in alarm as the huge bug plowed into them, crushing them underfoot or sweeping them aside with its armored head. As we broke through the lines, tossing the enemy like leaves, the re-energized rebels gave a savage roar and charged, swarming over the soldiers with desperate abandon. Moments later, beaten back, demoralized, half their army killed by rebels or trampled under the huge bug, the remaining enemy forces broke away and retreated, fleeing over the cracked ground to vanish over the horizon. I pulled the rampaging beetle to a stop, tying off the reins as a cheer went up from Glitch's remaining forces. I was wondering how I would get off the giant bug when the beetle, sensing the battle was done, folded its legs and sank down with a rumbling groan, making the ground tremble. Sliding down the smooth carapace, I landed with a grunt and straightened quickly, looking around for Glitch. Ash dropped beside me, making no sound, his features still distant and cold like a stranger's. Guilt stabbed me like a blade when I saw him, but even now I couldn't talk to him like I wanted. Now more than ever I knew we couldn't sit here doing nothing, not when the false king was almost to the front lines. We had to act now. I fought my way through the crowd, shouldering rebels aside as they surrounded me, laughing and cheering, congratulating me on a brilliant counterstrike. "Where's Glitch?" I called, my voice nearly lost in the cacophony. "I need to speak to him. Where is he?" Suddenly I saw him, standing over a body on the ground, arms crossed to his chest and face grim. A hacker elf knelt over the prone figure, prodding him with long fingers.
My heart stopped when I saw who it was. Puck! I shouldered my way through the crowd, rushing up to his still form. My heart pounded. Blood smeared his face, oozing out beneath his hair, and his skin was pale. One hand still gripped his curved dagger. I shoved the elf out of the way, ignoring his protests, and knelt beside Puck, taking his hand. He was deathly still, though I thought I could see the faint rise and fall of his chest, and tears rose to my eyes.
He fought bravely, Glitch murmured. Threw himself at a squad of Iron Knights that would have killed me. I've rarely seen such courage, even among the Iron Fae. Rage burned, hot and furious, searing away the tears. I suddenly had to fight the urge to leap up and stab Glitch with Puck's dagger. "You," I said in a low voice, anger burning my throat. "You have no clue of what courage is. You say you oppose the false king, but all you do is sit here and cower, hoping he won't notice you. You're cowards, all of you. Puck was hurt fighting your war, and you don't even have the guts to do the same." Angry murmurs went through the crowd. I felt Ash step up beside me, silently challenging anyone to come close. Glitch was quiet for a moment, but the lightning in his hair snapped angrily. "And what would you have us do, Your Highness?" he challenged. "Throw my people at the feet of the false king, knowing that they will die? You saw his army. You know we wouldn't stand a chance." "You don't really have a choice," I replied, still searching Puck's face, hoping for a flicker of life, a sign that he would be all right. "You can't stay here. The false king knows where you are now. He'll come after you again, and he won't stop until he kills every last one of you." "We can move," Glitch said. "We can evacuate to a safe place again." "For how long?" I stood and turned on Glitch, glaring at him furiously. "How long do you think you can hide before he finds you again?" I raised my voice, staring around me at the rest of the Fae. "How long are you willing to cower like sheep while he destroys everything? Do you think you'll ever be safe while he's out there? If we don't stand against him now, he'll only get stronger." "Again, what would you have us do, Princess?" Glitch snapped, his spine snapping furiously. "Our forces are too small. There's nothing we can do to stop him." "There is." I stared at him, keeping my voice level and calm. "You can join forces with Summer and Winter." Glitch barked a laugh as the crowd exploded with noise. "Join the Old Bloods," he mocked. "You are delusional. They want to destroy us as much as the false king. You think Oberon and Mab will happily let us march in and shake hands and everything will be fine? They won't let us across the border without trying to kill us all." "They will if I lead you there." I stared him down, refusing to give. "They will if there is no other way to beat the false king. Come on, Glitch. You all want the same thing, and this is the only way we stand a chance. You can't hide from him forever." Glitch didn't say anything, refusing to meet my gaze, and I threw up my hands in frustration. "Fine! Stay here and shake like a coward, but I'm going. You can try to keep me here by force, but I can tell you, it's not going to be pretty. As soon as Puck is well enough, we're leaving, with or without your consent. So either help me, or get out of my way." "All right!" Glitch yelled, startling me. Running his hands through his hair, he sighed and gave me an irritated look. "All right, Princess," he said in a softer voice. "You win. You make a good point. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, right?" He sighed again, shaking his head. "We can't stay hidden forever. It's only a matter of time before he comes for us again. If I'm going to die, I'd rather die in battle than be hunted down like a rat. I only hope your old blood friends don't try to kill us as soon as the battle is done. I can see Oberon conveniently letting that little detail slip in any deal we make with them." "He won't," I promised, relief blossoming through me. "I'll be there. I'll make sure of it." You tell him, Princess,
Puck murmured from the ground. I whirled, my heart leaping, as Puck opened his eyes and grinned up at me weakly.
Now that,
he said as I knelt beside him,
was a rousing speech. I think I shed a few tears.
You idiot!
I wanted to smack him and hug him at the same time.
What happened? We thought you might be dying.
Me? Nah.
Puck grabbed my arm and eased himself upright, wincing as he gingerly prodded the back of his head.
Took a nasty whack to the skull that put me out for a few minutes, that's all. Would have said something sooner, but you were on a roll, and I didn't want to interrupt.
The urge to hit him increased, especially since he was shooting me that old, stupid grin, the one that reminded me of my best friend, who'd looked after me in school, who was always there no matter what happened. I pulled him to his feet, punched him in the shoulder, and threw my arms around him, hugging him tightly. Don't scare me like that, I hissed. I couldn't bear losing you a second time. Releasing him, I turned to Glitch, who was watching us with a bemused, uncomfortable expression on his face. Didn't you say something about helping us?
Sure, Princess. Whatever you say.
Glitch looked more resigned than convinced, but turned to his rebels and raised his voice.
Evacuate the camp,
he called, his voice carrying over the field.
Pack up and take only what is necessary. Healers, gather our wounded and take care of them as best as you can. Anyone who can still fight needs to be ready to travel by morning. The rest of you, suit up and be ready to march. Tomorrow we go to join forces with Oberon and the Old Bloods. Anyone who has a problem with that, or who is too weak or hurt to fight should leave right now. Get going.
The camp exploded into action. Glitch watched the rebels scurry about for a moment, then turned to me with a weary look.
Well, it's done. I hope you know what you're doing, Your Highness. We leave before dawn.
Then someone called to him and he left, vanishing into the dispersing crowd and leaving me alone with Puck and Ash. I was suddenly aware of Ash standing a few yards away, regarding me and Puck with the expression of a granite wall. I hadn't forgotten him, but that cold, silvery glare, blank as a mirror's surface, brought a rush of emotions flooding back. Before I could say anything, Ash turned to me and gave me a stiff, formal bow.
My lady,
he said in a calm, flat voice, meeting my gaze.
I must tend to my injuries before the night is out. Will you please excuse me?
That same cool, formal tone, not mocking or vicious, just overly polite, without emotion. My stomach clenched, and words froze to the back of my mouth. I wanted to talk to him, but the coldness in his eyes sliced into me, making me pause. Instead, I simply nodded and watched my knight turn on his heel and stride toward the tower without looking back. Puck gave a very exaggerated shiver and rubbed his arms.
Whew! Is it cold in here, or is it just me? Trouble in paradise, Princess?
I felt my face heat, and Puck shook his head.
Well, don't drag me into it. I learned long ago that you don't get in the middle of a lover's spat. Nothing ever goes as planned. People fall in love with the wrong person, someone ends up with a donkey head, and then it's a whole big mess.
He glanced at me and sighed.
Let me guess,
he muttered, leading me back toward the tower.
You did something mildly crazy during the last battle, and Ice Boy freaked out.
I nodded, a lump rising to my throat. He was angry that I went off without him, I said. But then I got mad because he didn't trust me to handle things myself. I mean, I can't always have him watching over my shoulder, right? Puck raised his eyebrows, and I sighed. Okay, it was reckless and stupid. I could have been killed, and a lot of people are counting on me to stop the false king. Ash knew that.
And?
Puck prodded. And I might have told him that I didn't need him anymore.
Puck winced. Ouch. Well, you know what they say. You always hurt the one you love. Or is it the one you hate? I can never remember.
I sniffled, and he put an arm around me as we ducked into the ruins. Well, don't worry about it too much, Princess. Let Iceboy cool off for the night and then try to talk to him tomorrow. He won't stay angry with you too long, I bet. Ash isn't one to hold a grudge. I pulled back and frowned at him. What are you talking about? He's held a grudge against you for centuries. Oh, right. Puck half grimaced as I slapped his chest. But it's different with you, Princess. Ash is just afraid you don't need him. That whole Ice Prince song and dance. He snorted. It's just a device he uses to protect himself so he doesn't get hurt when someone stabs him in the back. That happens a lot at the Winter Court, as I'm sure you know. I did know. I'd seen the cold, callous nature of the Unseelie court, and the royal family was the worst, with Mab pitting her own sons against each other to earn her favor. Ash had grown up among those who knew only violence and betrayal, where emotion was considered a weakness to be exploited, and love was a virtual death sentence. But I know Ash, Puck continued. When he's with you... He hesitated, scratching the back of his head like he did when he was nervous. The only time I've seen him like that was when he was with Ariella. Really? He nodded. I think you're good for him, Meghan, he said, smiling in a small, sad way that was completely different from the Puck I knew. I see the way he looks at you, something I haven't seen in him since the day we lost Ariella, and I know you love him in a way you can't love me. He looked away just for a moment and took a deep breath. Jealousy isn't something we deal with well, he admitted, but some of us have been around long enough to know when to let go, and what is most important. The happiness of my two best friends should be more important than some ancient feud. Stepping close, he placed a palm on my cheek, brushing a strand of hair from my face. Glamour flared up around him, casting him in a halo of emerald light. In that moment, he was pure fae, unbound by shallow human fears and embarrassment, a being as natural and ancient as the forest. I have always loved you, Princess, Robin Goodfellow promised, his green eyes shining in the darkness. I always will. And I'll take whatever you can give me. I looked down, unable to meet his open stare, human fears and self-consciousness coming to the surface. Even if all I can offer is friendship, will that still be enough? Well, not really. Puck dropped his hand, his voice turning light and carefree again, more like the Puck I knew. Damn not being able to lie. Princess, if you suddenly decide Iceboy is a first-class jerk and that you can't stand him, I'll always be here. But for now, I'll settle for being the best friend. And as the best friend, it's my duty to inform you not to lose sleep over Ash tonight. We came to my room and Puck paused, turning to me with his hand on the doorknob. Also, don't bother trying to find him. If Ash says he wants to be left alone, he wants to be left alone. Intruders might get an icicle in the head for bothering him. He winced and pushed open the door. Trust me on that. A pair of sleepy golden eyes turned to us as we entered the room, and Grimalkin sat up on the cot. There you are, he sighed, yawning to show off his bright pink tongue. I was afraid you would never get here. Where have you been, Grimalkin? I burst out, crossing the room to glare down at him. He blinked at me calmly. Everyone is about to leave, and we couldn't find a trace of you. You must not have looked very hard. The cat blinked at me calmly. So, you actually convinced Glitch to join with the courts, did you? That will be interesting. You do know that even with the combined forces of the rebels, our side is still comparatively smaller in number to the False King's army. I believe that is why Mab and Oberon sent you, specifically after the False King. If the head is cut off, the body will follow. I know. I faced the cat, feeling self-conscious under that disapproving gaze. But I have to go through the army to get to the head, At least this way I'll have a chance of getting into that fortress. Right now, I can't even get close.
And letting the false king march his army into the Never-Never is a better choice.
What am I supposed to do, Grimalkin? This is our only chance. I don't have another option.
Perhaps, or perhaps you all go to your deaths. I am continuously amazed with the lack of preparation around here.
Grimalkin scratched his ear and stood, waving his tail.
By the way, I believe someone was looking for this earlier.
He moved aside, revealing the limp, crumpled form of a gremlin lying on the cot. I gasped and looked at Grim, who seemed ridiculously pleased with himself. Grimalkin? You didn't... Is he...
Dead? Of course not human.
The cat's whiskers twitched, offended.
Although it could be slightly dizzy when it wakes up. I do advise you to keep it more under control, however, as it seems inordinately drawn to mischief. Perhaps you could put it on a leash.
Looks like it's coming too, Puck noted. I knelt beside the cot as Razor's ears twitched and the spindly body stirred, raising his head. For a moment he stared at me, blinking in confusion. Then his gaze slid to Grimalkin and he shot up with a hiss, leaping for the wall. He missed, tumbling back onto the cot in a tangle of ears and limbs. Spitting in confusion and fury, he staggered to his feet, wobbling and flailing at the air. I grabbed for him, but he darted away, lightning quick, and leaped off the cot. Puck's hand shot out, grabbing him by his enormous ears, holding him at arm's length as he squirmed and struggled. Razor hissed and cursed and spat, sparks flying from his mouth, his gaze not on Puck, but on the ket-she beside me.
"Bad kitty!"
he screeched, snarling and baring his fangs at Grimalkin, who yawned and turned away to groom his tail.
"Evil, evil sneaky kitty! Bite your head off in your sleep I will, hang you by your toes and set you on fire! Burn! Burn!"
Princess? Puck said, wincing as the gremlin clawed and flailed, sparks flying everywhere. This isn't exactly fun for me. Should I drop this thing or have Grim knock it out again? Razor? I snapped, clapping my hands in front of his face. Stop it, right now! The gremlin stopped, blinking up at me with an almost hurt expression.
"Master punish bad kitty?"
he said in a pitiful voice. "No, I'm not going to punish the bad kitty," I said, and Grimalkin snorted. "And you aren't either. I want to talk to you. Will you stay and not run off if we let you go?" He bobbed his head, as best he could while his ears were gripped tightly by Puck.
"Master wants Razor to stay. Razor stay. Not move until told. Promise."
"All right." I glanced at Puck and nodded. "Let him go." Puck raised an eyebrow. "You sure, Princess? All I heard was static buzz and chipmunk chatter." "I can understand him," I said, earning a dubious look from Puck and a gleam of keen interest from Grimalkin. He promised not to move. Let him go. He shrugged and opened his fist, dropping the gremlin to the cot again. Razor hit the mattress and instantly froze. Not even his ears vibrated as he gazed up at me with expectant green eyes. I blinked. At ease," I muttered, and the gremlin plopped into a sit, still watching me intently. "Look, Razor, I think it's best if you leave. The camp is being evacuated right now. You can't stay here by yourself, and I don't think you'll be welcome where we're going."
"No leave!"
Razor leaped up, his face eager.
"Stay with Master. Go where Master goes. Razor can help."
"You can't," I said, hating the way his ears drooped like a scolded puppy. "We're marching to war, and it'll be dangerous. You can't help us against the false king's army." He buzzed sadly, but I kept my voice firm. "Go home, Razor. Go back to Moiturda. Isn't that where you really want to be, with all the other gremlins?" Grimalkin sighed loudly, causing me to look back and Razor to hiss at him. "Am I the only one here who has any insight at all?" he said, looking at each of our faces. We stared at him, and he shook his head. "Drawing a blank, are you? Think about what you just said, human. Repeat that last phrase, if you would." I frowned. "Isn't that where you want to be?" He closed his eyes. "The next phrase, human." "With all the other gremlins." He stared at me, expectantly, and I raised my hands. "What? What are you getting at, Grim?" Grimalkin thumped his tail. "It is times like these I am ever more grateful that I am a cat," he sighed. "Why do you think I brought you that creature, human? To keep up my stalking skills? I assure you they are quite adequate already. Please attempt to use the brain I know is hidden somewhere in that head. There are thousands of gremlins in Moiturda, perhaps hundreds of thousands. And who is the only person in the entire realm who can communicate with them?" Me. Suddenly, what he was implying hit me full force. The gremlins. There are thousands of them out there, and they listen to me. "Bravo," Grimalkin deadpanned, rolling his eyes. "The light bulb finally comes on." "I can ask the gremlins to help us," I said, ignoring Grimalkin, who lay down and curled his tail around himself, his work apparently done. "I can go to Moiturda and—" I stopped, shaking my head. No, I can't. I have to be there when we reach the Never Never, or Oberon and Mab will try to kill Glitch and his army. They would think it's just another attack by the false king. "You're probably right about that," Puck mused, crossing his arms. "Mab wouldn't hesitate, and even Oberon would chop first and ask questions later when it comes to the Iron Fae." He glanced down at Razor, who was still watching me intently, and cocking his head like a dog trying to understand. "What about Buzzsaw there? Could you send it back with a message to its friends, telling them what you want?" "I guess I could try. What do we have to lose?" I turned to the gremlin, who sat up and flared his ears, ready and eager. "Razor, if I asked the other gremlins to help me, do you think they would come?"
"We help!"
Razor bounced in place, grinning.
"Razor help! Help, Master, yes!"
I didn't know if that meant all the gremlins would help or just him, but I went on anyway. "I want you to take a message back to Moiturda. This is for all gremlins. Gather everyone who is willing to fight and meet us at the edge of the Iron Realm, where it meets the Wildwood. We have to stop the False King's moving tower before it hits the battlefront. Can you do that, Razor? Do you understand what I'm asking?"
"Razor understands,"
the gremlin crowed, and leaped to the wall, flashing his neon grin.
"I help! Meet Master in funny elflands. I go!"
And before I could call him back, he scurried up the corner, slid through the slats in the vent, and disappeared. Puck raised an eyebrow and glanced at me. "Do you think he really understood what you wanted?" Grimalkin raised his head and gave me an annoyed look, as if I'd just blown something he'd spent hours setting up. "I don't know," I murmured, watching the vent. "I guess we can only hope." I didn't see Ash all that evening, though I ignored Puck's advice and looked for him. The ruins, bustling with activity at first, eventually died down into a somber quiet as scores of fairy rebels prepared to march to battle. Armor was cleaned, blades were sharpened, and Glitch vanished behind closed doors with several of his advisors and hacker elves, probably to discuss strategy. Puck, forever curious and viewing all private meetings as a personal challenge, told me he would find out what was going on, and disappeared. Restless, nervous, and annoyed that I couldn't find Ash, I retreated to my room, where Grimalkin was curled in the middle of my bed and refused to scoot over so I could lie down. "Grimalkin, move!" I snapped, after trying and failing to ease him over.
He rumbled a growl as I pushed him, flexing his very sharp claws, and I quickly pulled my hand back. Golden eyes slitted open and glared at me. "I am rather weary, human," Grimalkin warned, flattening his ears in a rare but dangerous show of temper. "Considering I spent all night tracking down that gremlin, I would politely ask that you let me sleep before we go trekking down the same path we just came from. If you are looking for the Winter Prince, he is up on the balcony with the insect things." Grimalkin sniffed and closed his eyes. "Why not go pester him for a while?" My heart leaped. "Ash? Ash is on the balcony?" Grimalkin sighed. "Why do humans deem it necessary to repeat everything that is told them?" he mused, but I was already out the door. Chapter 21. Ferrum's Past. The rebels shot me curious, annoyed looks as I jogged through the base, dodging hacker elves gathering up their computers, stammering apologies as I wove my way through the crowds. Reaching the stairs to the balcony, I took them two at a time, but slowed when I came to the landing, remembering what Puck said about intruders and hurled icicles. I peeked cautiously around the corner. Ash stood on the edge of the landing, his back to me, the wind tugging at his hair and cloak. Overhead, dark red clouds blotted out the moon, and tiny flakes of gray danced on the breeze, dissolving to powder when they touched my skin. A fine coating of dust covered the balcony, muffling my footsteps as I eased through the arch. I knew Ash heard me from the tilt of his head, but he didn't turn around. "It's unbelievable," he whispered, his eyes gazing out over the landscape. In the distance, a thread of poisonous green lightning crawled under the belly of the clouds, and the air turned sharp and chemical. "To think this was once the Never-Never, to know that it could all turn into this." He slowly shook his head. "It would be the end of us. Faerie would be extinct forever. Everything I knew, places that have stood since the beginning of time, gone." "We won't let that happen," I said firmly, joining him at the edge. "The false king will be stopped, and this will go back to normal. I'm not going to let everything disappear." He didn't say anything to that, continuing to gaze over the landscape. Silence fell, thick and uncomfortable. The wind whipped at my hair, howling across the distance between us. I could sense both of us wanting to speak, to break the awkwardness of unspoken apologies, until the quiet grew more than I could bear. "I'm sorry, Ash," I murmured at last. "For what I said earlier. I didn't mean it." He gave his head a small shake. "No, you shouldn't apologize." With a sigh, he raked a hand through his hair, still not looking at me. "I'm the one who taught you to fight, to take care of yourself. I have no right to be angry when you prove yourself capable of every lesson I gave you. I had a pretty good teacher." He smiled, very faintly, though his eyes remained dark, his gaze on the clouds sweeping the horizon. "You're not the same girl I met when you first came to the Never-Never, searching for your brother," he said softly. "You've grown, changed. You're stronger now, like she was." He didn't say her name, but I knew whom he meant. Ariella, the love he lost to a wyvern attack long before we ever met. "She was always the strong one," Ash continued, his voice barely above a murmur. "Even the Winter Court couldn't crush her spirit, turn her spiteful and cruel. She was better than all of us, but I couldn't save her." He closed his eyes, clenching his fists with the memory. "She died because I failed to protect her. I can't." His voice trembled, just a little, and he took a quiet breath. "I can't watch that happen to you." "I'm not her," I said, slipping my arm through his. "You're not going to lose me. I promise." He shivered, glancing at me from the corner of his eyes. "Meghan," he began, and I could sense his unease. There's something I haven't told you. I should have explained before, but I was afraid it would be a self-fulfilling prophecy if you knew. He paused a moment, as if waiting for me to say something. When I didn't, he took a deep breath. Long ago, he began, someone told me that I would be cursed in love, that those I came to cherish would be torn from me, that as long as I remained soulless, I would lose everyone I truly cared for. My heart stopped for a moment, then picked up again, faster than before. Who told you that? A very old druid priestess. He seemed hesitant now, and I caught a flicker of dark blue regret from the corner of my eye. This was before Ariella, back in the ancient times when humans still feared and worshipped the old gods and had all sorts of rituals for keeping us out, which of course only challenged us to find ways around them. I was much younger then, and my brothers and I would play our cruel games with the mortals, particularly with the young, silly females we came across. He paused, tilting his head back slightly, gauging my reaction. Go on, I murmured. He sighed and very gently freed himself from my hand, turning to face me. There was a girl, he said, choosing his words very carefully. Barely 16 in mortal years, and as innocent as they came. Her favorite pastime was picking flowers and playing in the creek at the edge of the forest. I knew, because I watched her from the trees. She was always alone, carefree, so naive to the dangers in the woods. A hint of bitterness crept into his voice, a dark loathing for the faerie in the story. I felt cold as he continued in a soft, flat voice. I lured her into the forest with pretty words and gifts and promises of affection. I made sure she fell in love with me, that no other human male would ever make her feel what I could, and then I took it all away. I told her that mortals were nothing to the Fae, that she was nothing. I told her that it was a game, nothing more, and that the game was now over. I broke more than her heart. I broke her spirit. Broke her, and I reveled in it. I had been waiting for it, but it still made me sick. The knowledge that Ash could be that heartless, just another capricious fae toying with human emotion. This girl, 16, lonely, eager for love, had been like me once. If I had been at the edge of the woods that day instead of her, Ash would have done the same to me. What happened to her? I asked when he fell silent again. Ash closed his eyes. She died, he said simply. She couldn't eat, couldn't sleep, couldn't do anything but pine away until her body grew so weak it simply gave out. And you felt horribly guilty about it? I guessed, trying to glean some sort of moral from this tale, a lesson learned or something like that. But Ash shook his head with a bitter smile. I didn't think twice about her, he said, dashing my hopes and making my gut twist. Not having a soul frees us from any sort of conscience. She was only a human, and a foolish one at that, to fall in love with a faerie. She wasn't the first, nor would she be the last. But her grandmother, the high priestess of the girl's clan, was not so foolish. She sought me out, and told me what I just told you. She cursed me, promised that I would be destined to lose everyone I truly cared for, that it was the price for being soulless. Of course, I just laughed it off as the superstitions of a weak mortal, until I fell in love with Ariella. His voice grew even softer. And now, with you. He turned away and gazed out over the edge again. When Ariella was taken from me, I suddenly understood. We don't have a conscience, but falling in love changes things. I understood what I had put that girl through, the pain she suffered because of me. I told myself I wouldn't make the mistake of caring for someone again. He gave a bitter chuckle and shook his head. And then you came along and ruined all that. I couldn't answer.
I kept seeing that girl and the dark, handsome stranger she fell for, died for. Why are you telling me this? I whispered. Because I want you to understand what I am. Ash looked down at me, solemn and grim. I'm not a human with pointed ears, Meghan. I am and will always be Fae. Soulless. Immortal. Because of my actions that day, someone I loved died. And now here we are, on the brink of war and... He stopped and looked down, his voice dropping to a near whisper. And I'm afraid. I'm afraid I'll fail you like I did Ariella, that the crimes of my past will ruin any chance we have at a future, that you'll realize who I really am, what I really am, and when I turn around, you'll be gone. He stopped, the wind whipping at his hair and clothes, swirling ashes into the silence. A glider on the wall turned its head and buzzed sleepily. Ash's posture was stiff, his back and shoulders rigid, steeled for my reaction. Bracing himself to hear footsteps walking back down the stairs, I saw his shoulders tremble and caught the faint aura of fear before he could hide it. I stepped close and slipped my arms around his waist, hearing his quiet intake of breath as I pulled him against me. That was a long time ago, I murmured, pressing my cheek to his back, listening to his thudding heart. You've changed since then. That Ash wouldn't protect a silly human girl with his life, or become her knight, or walk into exile with her. Every step of the way you've always been there, right beside me. I'm not letting you go now. I'm a coward. Ash's voice was subdued. If I cared for you as much as I should, I would end my life and the curse along with it. My existence puts you in danger. If I were no longer here, don't you dare a Shallendark Mirtalin. I held him tighter, even as he flinched at the sound of his true name. Don't you dare throw your life away for an unknown superstition. If you die... My voice broke, and I swallowed thickly. I love you, I whispered, fisting my hands against his stomach. You can't leave. You swore you wouldn't. Ash's hands came to rest over mine, twining our fingers together. Even if the world stands against you, he murmured, bowing his head. I promise. We stayed on the balcony that night, sitting against the wall, watching the storm sweep over the outlying hills. We didn't say much, content just to be near each other, lost in our own thoughts. When we did speak, it was of the war and the rebels and other present-day things, staying far from the past or the future. I dozed several times, waking with his arms around me and my head against his shoulder. The next thing I knew, he was shaking me awake. The night had moved on, and a pinkish light glowed against the distant horizon. Meghan, wake up. I yawned, rubbing my eyes. Sleeping in armor while leaning against a wall, I realized, was proving to be a bad idea, and my backside throbbed with pain. Time to go already? No. Ash stepped to the edge of the balcony. Come look at this. Hurry. I peered out over the edge. At first I couldn't see anything, but then the light gleamed off something shiny and metallic on the horizon. I squinted, shielding my eyes with my hand. Could that be the glint of metal armor? Or the shiny top of an iron beetle? My blood ran cold. They're coming, Ash muttered, and I stumbled back from the edge. We have to tell Glitch. I scrambled back from the landing, Ash close behind me. As we flew down the stairs, it quickly became clear that Glitch already knew. The camp was in chaos, rebels rushing back and forth, grabbing weapons and throwing on armor. Those who had been wounded the day before hurried out with freshly bandaged wounds, limping or carrying those who couldn't walk. There you are! Puck met us at the front of the stairs, rolling his eyes as we came charging down.
Another army on the way, and you two are playing kissy face on the balcony. Suit up. Looks like there's gonna be another fight.
Where's Glitch? I said as we hurried through the ruins, dodging rebels. What is he thinking? We can't fight another army now. Too many are hurt, and another fight could crush them.
Doesn't seem like we have much choice, Princess,
Puck said, as I spotted the rebel leader arguing with Diode under the limbs of the giant tree. Glitch's face was strained, and the hacker elf's eyes whirled and spun as he gestured frantically. Glitch! I sprinted up to him, dodging a hound which snarled as I barely avoided a collision. Hey, I need to talk to you! Glitch looked up and winced when he saw who it was.
What do you want, Your Highness? I'm a little busy at the moment.
What are you doing? I asked as I caught up, Diode scrambling aside. You can't make your people fight now. We're about to join summer and winter, and we need everyone we can get. If you fight now, so soon after the last battle, you could lose everyone.
I'm aware of that, Your Highness,
Glitch snapped in return, his spikes flaring angrily.
But we don't have much of a choice, do we? We can't run. They'll just hunt us down out there. We can't hide. There's nowhere to go. All we can do is make our stand here. Thankfully, that's not the false king's full army, just a few attack squads. The real army is still on its way to the Wildwood, with a moving fortress, I might add, and if we don't take care of this little problem now, we won't have a chance of joining summer and winter. Now get out of my way. I should be at the front when the fighting starts.
Wait! I grabbed the sleeve as he brushed past, and he whirled angrily. There is one more option. We came up through the pack rat tunnels beneath the tower. We could escape that way.
The tunnels?
Glitch shook off my hand.
Those tunnels run for miles. It's a gigantic maze down there. We could wander for days.
Not me. I still didn't know how I was so familiar with the tunnels, but once I said the words, I knew they were true. I know the way. I can get everyone through safely. He looked disbelieving, and my temper flared. It's either that or lose everyone before the war even starts. Damn it, Glitch! You have to start trusting me.
Do it,
Ash said softly, locking gazes with the Iron Fairy.
You know she's right.
Glitch sighed noisily, stabbing his hands through his hair.
You sure you know the way?
He asked me. I wouldn't be here if I didn't.
All right,
he said slowly.
Fine. We'll put our lives in your hands once more, Your Highness. Diode, spread the word. Tell everyone to meet at the central chamber and be ready to march.
Yes, sir.
Diode shot me a relieved look and scampered off. Glitch watched him go, then turned to glare at me with narrowed violet eyes.
This better work. You're a gigantic pain in the ass, you know that, Your Highness?
One who's about to save yours, I returned, earning an appreciative snort from Puck. Glitch rolled his eyes and stalked off, and we made our way to the center of the ruins. Not 15 minutes later, the entire rebel army was gathered beneath the branches of the great oak, armed and armored, ready to march. I was wondering how quickly we could get all the rebels down into the tunnels when Diode approached and informed us the trapdoor we came through wasn't the only one, that there were several scattered throughout the tower, and one of them was in the center chamber, right below the tree. He was pointing out that it was buried and nearly hidden in the roots of the oak when Glitch came in, his hair snapping wildly as he leaped onto the trunk.
They're almost to the tower. We need to go, now.
Working together, Ash, Puck, and Glitch hauled up the trap door, letting it drop open with a ringing clang that echoed throughout the room. Straightening, Glitch looked to me and gestured to the gaping hole leading down into darkness.
After you, Your Highness. Diode, go with the princess to make sure everyone knows to follow her.
What about you?
I'm staying topside to make sure everyone is through.
Glitch nodded to the stocky dwarf with the mechanical arm waiting stoically behind us.
When everyone is down, Torque and I will follow and seal the tunnel behind us. We're likely not coming back here again. But I'll worry about blocking our escape. You worry about not getting us lost down there.
Glitch handed me a flashlight and pointed to the hole.
Now move, before they're at our door.
Switching on the flashlight, I descended into the tunnels. The musty darkness closed around me, smelling of dust, mold, and wet rock, strange and familiar at the same time. Ash dropped next to me, then Puck, and then Diode, his glowing, numbered eyes seeming to float in the darkness. I wondered where Grimalkin was and hoped he got out safely. The hacker elf swept a nervous gaze around the tunnels, eyes spinning anxiously.
"Are you sure you know the way?"
he muttered, trying to sound confident, but it came out as more of a squeak. I swept my flashlight around the underground passageway and smiled in relief. Everything was familiar. I knew exactly where to go. "Diode, start sending them down. Tell everyone to follow me." I stepped forward, and the rebels began dropping through the trap door, lanterns and flashlights swaying in the darkness. At first it felt strange, being at the head of a huge army, feeling their eyes on my back as I led them through the tunnels. But soon, the crunch of feet and the wavering lights behind me faded into background noise, until I almost didn't notice them. Several minutes later, a boom rocked the passage behind us, shaking the floor and raining dust on everyone. Diode squawked in fear, Puck braced himself against a wall, and Ash grabbed my arm, holding me steady as I staggered.
"What was that?"
the hacker elf cried as the dust finally cleared. Coughing, I waved my hand in front of my face and looked back at the rebels, getting to their feet and looking around nervously. I shared a glance with Ash and Puck. "Glitch must have collapsed the tunnels," I said, picking up the flashlight I'd dropped. "It was the only way to keep the False King's forces from following us."
"What?"
Diode looked back fearfully, eyes whirling.
"I thought he was just going to seal the doors, so we can't return to base?"
"He never meant to come back here," I murmured, shining the light beam into the maze before us. "There's no turning back now. The only choice is to move on." Time had no meaning in the sunless corridors of the pack-rat tunnels. We might have been traveling for hours or days. The tunnels all looked the same, dark, eerie, filled with strange odds and ends, like an abandoned computer monitor or the severed head of a doll. After the explosion, Glitch would join me at the head of the march every so often, if only to make sure I still knew where I was going. After about the 6th time, he began to get on my nerves. "Yes, I still know where I'm going," I snapped as he emerged beside me yet again, cutting him off before he could say anything. Ash walked on my other side, silent and protective, but I caught him rolling his eyes as Glitch came up. The rebel leader scowled. "Relax, Your Highness. I wasn't going to ask this time." "Aw, that's a shame," Puck said, falling into step beside him. "You're gonna make me lose my bet with Iceboy. Come on, be a sport. Say it one more time, for me." "What I was going to ask," Glitch continued, ignoring Puck, "is how much longer till we're out? My troops are getting tired. We can't keep this up much longer without a break." I frowned and looked at Ash. "How long have we been walking?" He shrugged. "Hard to tell. A day, perhaps, maybe longer." "Really?" It didn't seem that long to me. I didn't feel tired. In fact, the longer we traveled, the more energy I had, the same kind of energy that had drawn me to Machina's tree. But this was a darker power, bitter and ancient, and I suddenly knew where it was coming from. "We must be getting close to Ferrum's chamber," I muttered, and Glitch's eyebrows rose. "Ferrum? The old King Ferrum? You know about him?" "I helped Machina overthrow him." Glitch was staring at me in disbelief. "I led the charge to the throne room with Virus and Ironhorse. You mean to tell me that he's still alive?" "No," I shook my head. "Not anymore. He was here when I first came to the Iron Realm, on the way to get my brother back. The pack-rats still worshipped him, but he was terrified Machina would find him again. I think he finally faded away, and the pack-rats moved on when he died." "Huh." Glitch shook his head in wonder. "I can't believe the old coot stayed alive for so long."
If I had known about him, you can bet I would have searched every tunnel in the Iron Realm until I found him and put him out of his misery.
I looked at him in horror. Why? He seemed harmless to me, just a sad, angry old man.
You don't know what he was like before.
Glitch's eyes narrowed.
You weren't there when he was king. Ferrum was paranoid, terrified that someone would try to take his crown away. I was one of the newest lieutenants, but Ironhorse told me that with every new Iron Fae that appeared, Ferrum grew more afraid and angry. It would have been best if he had stepped down, handed the throne to a successor. He was old and obsolete, and we all knew it. In this realm, the old move out to make room for the new. But Ferrum refused to give up his power, even though his bitterness was corrupting the land around him. Machina pleaded with him to reconsider his right to rule, to step down gracefully and hand the responsibility to someone else.
Ferrum told me Machina took his throne out of a lust for power because he wanted it for himself.
Glitch snorted. Machina was one of Ferrum's strongest supporters. The rest of us, me, Virus, and Ironhorse, were getting tired of Ferrum's threats, of the constant fear that one of us could be next. But Machina told us to be patient, and we were more loyal to him than our crazy king. Then the day came when Ferrum's jealous paranoia finally got the better of him, and he tried to kill Machina, stabbing at him when his back was turned. His last mistake, I'm afraid. Machina realized Ferrum was no longer fit to rule, and gathered his own supporters to take the king off the throne. We were only too happy to comply.
I felt dazed. Everything I thought I knew about Machina was wrong. But Machina still wanted to take over the Never Never, I protested. He wanted to eradicate the old fairies and make a kingdom of Iron Fae.
Machina was ever the strategist.
Glitch shrugged, unconcerned.
He knew Ferrum's way. Hiding in fear from the courts and hoping they wouldn't see us wasn't going to work much longer. The Iron Kingdom was growing faster than ever. We couldn't hide anymore. Sooner or later the courts would find out, and then what? What do you think would happen when they discovered a whole kingdom of fairies born from the very thing that could kill them? Machina knew there would be a war. He figured it would be best if we struck first. Too bad Meghan had to ruin it for you,
Puck added, smirking at the back of Glitch's head. Glitch turned to him and matched his sneer.
It won't matter if the false king conquers the Never Never, now will it? He countered. I'll still be here, and so will all the Iron Fae, but you old bloods will become a thing of the past, and not even Her Highness will be able to stop it.
That's not going to happen, I snapped, turning on him. I'll stop the false king, just like I did Machina.
Glad to hear it.
Glitch leveled a stare at me.
But did you ever think about how you're going to stop the spread of the Iron Realm? Just because the false king is gone doesn't mean we're going away as well, Princess. The Iron Kingdom will continue to grow and change the Never Never, and in the end the courts will come after us anyway. I agree that right now we have to stop the false king, but you're only delaying the inevitable.
There has to be a way, I muttered. You're all fairies. You use glamour the same way. You're just a little different, that's all.
We're not, Glitch said firmly. A little different. Our glamour kills old bloods. Summer magic is deadly to us as well. If you think we can hold hands and be friends, Princess, you're only fooling yourself. But we need to stop soon, or this army will be too exhausted to fight anything.
I shook my head. No, we have to keep moving, at least until we're out of the tunnels.
Why?
Because. I closed my eyes. He's almost there. All 3 fairies stared at me.
How do you know?
Ash asked softly. I can feel him. Goosebumps rose along my arms and I hugged myself, shivering. I can feel the land, crying out where he passes. It feels... I paused, searching for words. It feels like someone is dragging a blade across the surface, leaving a scar behind. I've been able to sense him ever since we passed Ferrum's old chamber. The false king. He's getting close to the wildwood now. and he's waiting for me. Chapter 22. The Last Night. Eventually, we came out of the tunnels. The night was remarkably clear as we set up camp, a tattered ragtag army pitching tents on the edge of a bubbling magma lake, the air smelling of sulfur and brimstone. I didn't want to camp so close to the lake, but Glitch overrode me, saying the smell would mask our presence. And besides, his army was exhausted thanks to my forced march through the pack-rat tunnels. Even Ash and Puck were tired. They wouldn't say anything, but the gaunt looks and pale faces told me they weren't feeling the best. Their amulets were almost used up. The Iron Realm was finally taking its toll. "Go lie down," I told them both, once Glitch had left to help the army pitch camp. "You're both exhausted, and we're not doing anything else tonight. Get some rest." Puck snorted. "My, aren't we bossy today?" he said, though it lacked his usual energy. "Give a girl an army and it goes straight to her head." He yawned then, scrubbing his scalp. "Right then, if anyone needs me, I'll be passed out in my tent, trying to forget where I am. Oh, look! Demon Fae, lake of liquid hot magma. Does this remind you of anything?" He grimaced, giving me a weak grin. "When I said I'd follow you to hell and back, I wasn't trying to be literal, princess." "Oh, well." He lifted one hand in a cheerful wave. "See you tomorrow, lovebirds." "What about you?" Ash asked as Puck sauntered off, whistling loudly. "You've been walking just as long as the rest of us. We won't have another chance to rest before we reach the battleground." A flash of movement caught my attention. For a moment, I thought I saw a furry gray cat leap onto a boulder near the edge of the lake, but the air around him shimmered with heat, and he was gone. "I know," I said, squinting in the hot, dry air. "And it might sound strange, but I feel fine. You go on." I continued, gazing up at him. "I know you're tired. Get some rest before the battle. I'll be around." He didn't argue, which showed me just how exhausted he was. Stepping close, he placed a soft kiss on my forehead and walked off toward the ring of tents farthest from the lake. I watched him until he vanished behind an old twisted monolith. Then I wandered down to the lake edge. This close to the lava, my skin felt like it would peel off my bones if I scratched at it, and I didn't dare venture too close to the edge. One slip or stumble, and it would end very badly. Magma bubbled sluggishly, curling in slow hypnotic patterns of orange and gold, strangely beautiful in the hellish glow. For a moment, I had the brief, crazy urge to skip a pebble across the glowing surface, then decided that would probably be a bad idea. "The molten pool," said a voice beside me, and Grimalkin appeared atop a boulder, his whiskers glowing red in the light. I was relieved to see him, though I knew he could take care of himself. "In the center of the obsidian plains. Iron Horse told me about this. These were his lands, back in the days of King Machina." Iron Horse. I leaned back against the rock and gazed out over the pool. The boulder was warm to the touch, even through my armor. "I wish he could have been here to see this," I muttered, imagining the huge black Iron Horse standing proudly at the other side of the lake. "I wish we could have brought him home." "There is no use in wishing for the impossible, human." Grimalkin sat down, curling his tail around himself as we both stared out over the lake. "Iron Horse knew what he had to do. Do not let human guilt distract you from your duty, for Iron Horse did not." I sighed. "Is that what you had to say to me, Grim? Don't feel guilty for a friend's death?" "No." The cat twitched an ear and stood, facing me directly. "I have come to tell you that I am leaving, and I did not want you to worry about my whereabouts on the eve of battle. There are more important things to focus on. So, I am leaving." I pushed myself off the rock and turned to face him. Why? Human, my part here is done. Grimalkin regarded me with what could almost be affection. Tomorrow, you march into battle with an army of Iron Fae at your back. There is no place for me in this fight. I am under no illusion that I am a warrior. He stepped forward, ancient golden eyes staring into mine, reflecting the light of the pool. I have brought you as far as I can. It is time for you to step forward on your own and claim your destiny. Besides, Grimalkin sat back, gazing out across the lake, the hot breeze ruffling his whiskers. I have my own contract to fulfill before this is all over. You made a contract? He gave me a disdainful look, twitching his tail. You don't believe Iron Horse asked for nothing in return, do you? Really, human, sometimes I despair. But the night is waning, and I must go. Leaping gracefully off the rock, he began trotting away, bottle-brush tail held straight up and proud. I swallowed hard. Grim, will I see you again? The Ketchi turned back, cocking his head. Now, that is a strange question, he mused. Will you see me again? Though I myself am no oracle and know nothing of the future, this I cannot tell you. I will never understand humans, but I suppose it is part of your charm. He sniffed again, waving his plumed tail lazily. Do stay out of trouble, human. I will be terribly annoyed if you manage to get yourself killed. Grim, wait. Are you sure you'll be all right? Grimalkin smiled. I am a cat. And just like that, he was gone. I smiled faintly and wiped a stray tear from my face. Grim had always vanished and reappeared at will. But this time it was different. I suddenly knew I wouldn't see him again. Not for a long time, anyway. Goodbye, Grimalkin, I whispered, and even in a softer voice, lest the cunning feline be nearby listening, added, Thank you. I shivered in the hot wind, already feeling his loss. How many more would I lose before this was over? Somewhere out there, closer than ever, the false king was closing on the armies of summer and winter. Tomorrow was the moment of truth. Tomorrow was Judgment Day, where we would either be victorious or die. I suddenly wished I could talk to my family. I wanted to see Mom's face again, hold Ethan and ruffle his hair one last time. I even wanted to see Luke, to tell him I forgave him for never noticing me, never seeing me. Mom was happy with him, and if she hadn't met him, I wouldn't have Ethan as a brother. I wouldn't have a family. My throat closed up, and longing twisted my stomach into a painful knot. Would they miss me if I never came home? Would they stop looking for me entirely? The daughter who vanished one night and never returned? The wind howled across the plain, lonely and desolate, as the full realization hit me and clutched my heart with icy fingers. I could die tomorrow. This was a war, and there would be numerous casualties on both sides. The false king himself could be too much, even if I figured out a way to get into his fortress. We could very well lose. I could be struck down, and my family would never know what happened, what I was fighting for. If I died, who would tell them? Oberon? No, if I lost, he would fade away as well. If I lost, it would be over. The end of Faerie. Forever. Oh, God. I was shaking now, unable to stop myself. This was really it, the last battle, and it all rested on me. What if I failed? If I couldn't beat the false king, they would all die. Oberon, Grim, Puck, Ash. Ash. Shivering, I hurried back to the camp, past the cluster of tents set up around the lake. The camp was quiet and still, unlike the wild pre-battle revel of the summer and winter camps. I suddenly understood the significance and would have welcomed the distraction tonight. Too many dark thoughts were swirling around my head. So many emotions that I felt I would burst. But despite everything I felt and the crazy emotions churning inside me, it all came back to him. I found his tent sitting on the edge of camp, farther out from the rest. I didn't know how I knew it was his. All the tents looked basically the same. But I could feel him, as surely as I felt my own heartbeat. For a moment, I hesitated at the entrance, my hand poised to push back the cloth. What would I say to him? The last night we could be alive. Gathering my courage, I pushed open the flap and stepped inside. Ash lay on his back in the corner, one arm flung over his eyes, his breathing slow and deep. He was shirtless, and the amulet gleamed against his sculpted chest, almost completely black now, a drop of ink against his pale skin. I was surprised he hadn't heard me come in. The normal Ash would have been up and on his feet with his sword drawn in the blink of an eye. He must have been truly exhausted from our march through the tunnels. Taking advantage of the moment, I watched him, admiring the lean, hard muscles, gazing at the scars slashed across his pale skin. His chest rose and fell with each quiet breath, and just watching him sleep made me feel a bit calmer. How long are you going to keep staring at me? I jumped. He hadn't moved, but one corner of his mouth was curved in a slight smile. How did you know I was here? I felt you the moment you came to the tent and stood outside, wondering if you should come in. He removed his arm and shifted to perch on an elbow, watching me. His expression was solemn now, silver eyes bright in the gloom. What's wrong? I swallowed. I wanted... Oh, damn it. Blushing, I trailed off, gazing at the floor. I'm scared, I finally admitted in a whisper. Tomorrow's the war and we could die and I won't ever see my family again and I don't want to be alone tonight. Ash's gaze softened. Without a word, he shifted back on the cot, making room for me. Heart pounding, I crossed the room and lay down next to him, feeling his arm wrap around my stomach, pulling me close. I felt his heartbeat against my back and closed my eyes, tracing idle patterns on his arm, brushing a faint scar on the back of his wrist. Ash? Are you scared? Of dying? He was quiet a moment, one hand playing with my hair, his breath fanning across my cheek. Perhaps not in the way you would think, he murmured at last. I've lived a long time, been in many battles. Of course, there was always that knowledge that I could die. But there have been times I've wondered if I shouldn't give up, let it happen. Why? To escape the emptiness. I was dead inside for so long. Not existing didn't seem any different than what I was doing. He buried his face in my shoulder, and I shivered. It's different now, though. I have something to fight for. I'm not afraid to die, but I don't intend to give up either. His lips touched my hair, very lightly. I won't let anything happen to you, he murmured. You are my heart, my life, my entire existence. My eyes watered, and my heart thudded in my ears. Ash? I whispered again, clenching my fists in the quilt to stop the shaking. I knew what I wanted, but I was still afraid that I wouldn't do it right, afraid of the unknown, afraid that I would somehow disappoint him. Ash kissed the back of my neck, and I felt his arm tighten, fingers digging into my shirt. I saw a flare of color behind me, bright red desire, felt him tremble as he struggled to control himself, and all my doubts melted away. I shifted in his arms, rolling toward him so that he was propped on an elbow above me, eyes shining in the darkness. And I let him see the need, the longing rising up like tendrils of colored smoke to dance with his. I didn't have to say anything. He drew in a quiet breath and lowered his head, touching his forehead to mine. "Are you sure?" His voice was barely a whisper, a ghost in the dark. I nodded, tracing my fingers down his neck, marveling as he closed his eyes. "We could die tomorrow," I whispered back. "I want to be with you tonight. I don't want to have any regrets when it comes to us. So yes, I'm sure. I love you, Ash." My voice was lost then, as Ash closed the final few inches and kissed me. And in the quiet stillness before dawn, on the brink of a war that could tear us apart, our auras danced and twined in the darkness, coiling around each other until they finally merged, becoming one. Part 3. Chapter 23. The Battle for Faerie. When I woke, the tent was still dark, though a faint gray light peeked through the flaps. Ash was already gone, typical for him, but my body still glowed from the aftermath of last night. I could feel him now, stronger than ever. He was close. He was right beside me. I jumped a bit and turned to see him sitting beside the cot, fully clothed, his sword across his lap, watching me. He wasn't smiling, but his face was relaxed, his eyes peaceful. "Hey," I whispered, smiling and reaching out to him. His fingers wrapped around mine and he kissed the back of my hand before standing. "It's almost time," he said quietly, tucking his sword into his belt again. And the looming war descended like a hammer, shattering the tranquility. "Better get dressed. Glitch will be looking for us. Or worse." "Puck," I groaned, and struggled upright, searching for my clothes. Ash silently turned his back while I dressed, facing the door, and I bit down a giggle at his chivalry. Once I shrugged into the dragon scale armor, I turned to show I was ready to follow him out. But Ash crossed the tiny space between us and drew me close, fingers combing my tangled hair, his expression thoughtful. "I've been thinking," he mused as I slid my arms around his neck, gazing up at him. "When this is over, let's disappear for a while, just the two of us. We can check on your family first, and then we can go. I can show you the Never Never like you've never seen it before. Forget the courts, the Iron Fae, everything. Just you and me and nothing else." "I'd like that," I whispered. Ash smiled, brushed a kiss to my lips, and pulled away. That's all I needed to hear. His eyes gleamed, determined and eager, and filled with something I hadn't seen before. Hope. Let's go win a war. We stepped out of the tent, not touching, but I didn't need to touch him to feel him, right beside me. He was part of my soul now, and that somehow made this all the more real. The battle loomed over our heads, close and ominous, made all the more threatening by the eerie red clouds and the ash flakes drifting from them, as if the very sky was falling apart. I gazed up at the sky with a fierce determination. I would win this war. I never wanted anything like this. "There you are." Glitch emerged from the crowds, dressed for battle with a spear that crackled at the tip, shedding sparks of lightning. "We're almost ready. My scouts have reported the battle has already started, that Summer and Winter have already engaged the False King's forces. The entire army has breached the line into the Wildwood. It looks like this is it." My blood ran cold. What about the fortress? "Not there yet." Glitch planted the butt of his spear in the ground. "The forest is slowing it down,
but it's close. We have to hurry. Where's Goodfellow?" "Right here." Puck appeared, a smug grin on his face, carrying a long pole beneath his arm. "Been working on something, Princess. Last night I was wondering how the courts were going to tell us apart from the False King's army. Bad Iron Fae, good Iron Fae, they all look the same to me. So—" He swept the pole up with a flourish, and a bright green banner snapped open at the top, the silhouette of a great oak splayed proudly across the front. "I wanted to make it a picture of a flower or a butterfly," Puck said, smiling at my odd look, "but I didn't think that would strike fear into the heart of the False King." "Not bad, Goodfellow," Glitch said with grudging respect. "Oh, so glad you think so, Sockethead. My mad crocheting skills finally came in handy for something." "In any case," Glitch added, rolling his eyes, "we would be proud to carry that into battle for you." My heart swelled. All these people were willing to follow me, to die to save Faerie. I couldn't fail them. I wouldn't. At that moment, a great commotion came from the edge of the camp, Iron Fae shouting in alarm, tents flung aside, and the sound of thundering footsteps. A moment later, the crowds fell back as a group of huge black horses galloped into camp, skidding to stop before me. I gasped. They looked like smaller, sleeker versions of Iron Horse, made of black metal with burning crimson eyes and nostrils that breathed flame. As I stared, one of them stepped forward and tossed his head at me. "Meghan Chase," he said in that same regal, noble air, his deep voice accompanied by a blast of cinders. I blinked rapidly and nodded. "One called Grimalkin sent us." The Iron Horse, look-alike, nodded to the others. "He carries with him the spirit of our progenitor, the first Iron Horse, and has compelled us to join you and your cause against the false monarch. Out of respect for the Great One, we have agreed. Do you accept our assistance?" Iron Horse, I thought sadly. You're still helping us, even now. "I accept your offer," I told the first horse, who nodded regally and bent his foreleg, lowering himself into a bow. "Then it is done," he said, as the others bent their front legs and did the same. "For this conflict only we will carry you and your officers into battle. Afterward, our contract is done, and you will release us." "Oh, goody," Puck said as I stepped forward. "I'm going to have a rash in the most uncomfortable places." I swung onto the horse's back, feeling thick iron muscles shift under me as he rose, clanking and groaning. His metallic skin was warm to the touch, especially near my legs, as if a great fire burned inside him. I remembered the flames roaring in Iron Horse's belly, visible through his exposed ribs and pistons, and felt another ripple of sadness at his loss. Ash, Puck, and Glitch watched me from the backs of the metal horses, who snorted flame and tossed their heads, eager and ready. The banner was hoisted up, the black oak against a background of green flapping in the wind. I gazed out over the solemn, upturned faces and took a deep breath. "Summer and winter are not your enemies," I called, my voice echoing into the silence. "They are different, yes, but they are fighting the enemy that you hate, a tyrant who seeks to destroy everything King Machina stood for. We cannot abandon them now. Peace with the courts is possible, but the false king will corrupt and enslave everyone if he wins. The only thing necessary for evil to conquer is for us and those like us to do nothing, and I will not sit by and let that happen. We will take this fight to the false king, and we will show him what happens when we stand united against him. Who is with me?" The roar of the army was like a sudden tornado as hundreds of voices rose up as one. I drew my sword and raised it over my head, adding to the sea of weapons flashing in the light. Let's go win a war! I heard the sounds of the battle before I saw it. They echoed through the trees that marked the edge of the Iron Realm. Shouts and screams, howls of fury, and weapons clashing in the wind. Every so often there was the boom of gunfire or the thunderous roar of flame. Above the tree line, a huge emerald dragon swooped into the air, paused a moment, then dove out of sight again. Spike Rail, the horse I was riding, snorted and tossed his head. "The battle has already been joined," he announced, nearly prancing with excitement. "Shall we give the order to charge?" "Not yet," I replied, putting a restraining hand on his shoulder. "Let's get through the trees at least. I want to see the battle first." He pawed the ground impatiently, but kept his pace to a fast walk as we entered the forest. The metal trunks closed around us, dark and twisted, smelling of rust and battery acid. Above the clash of battle, I heard something else in the woods, a great snapping and groaning, as if something huge were pushing through the trees. "Faster," I told Spike Rail, and he broke into a trot, stirring up clouds of ash as we moved through the forest. The sounds of battle drew closer. And then the trees fell away, and we were gazing down on mass chaos. I'd seen the Fae in battle twice now, but this seemed even more vicious, more desperate, as if hell itself had been released onto the field. Troops swarmed each other like ants, hacking with ancient and modern weapons, blades and armor glinting in the swirling ash storm. Iron beetles lumbered through the mobs, the gunmen on their backs blasting away. Creatures plunged and dove through the air. An icy blue dragon, its scales streaked with red, landed on the back of an iron bug, blasted the musket elves with a deadly spray of frost before they could retreat, and swooped away again. A griffin, darting by with an elfin rider, was snatched out of the air by a clockwork golem and smashed against a rock. 2 metallic praying mantises double-teamed a summer night, slashing at him with their massive curved blades, until he slipped in the ash and was instantly beheaded. The battle wasn't going well, it seemed. There was a lot more silver and gray on the field than green and gold, blue and black. "Looks like we got here just in time," Puck mused beside me. "Ready for the 'here comes the cavalry' charge, Princess?" "If we hit the right flank," Ash said, observing the battle with narrowed silver eyes, "we may surprise them where their line is thin and tear through them before they can react." I met both their gazes, fierce, protective, blazing with determination and love, and felt no fear. Well, maybe a little fear, but it was swallowed by resolve and the almost painful need to win this fight. Drawing my blade, I wheeled Spike Rail to face the army. My army, truth be told, and looked out over the taut, waiting forces. "For Faerie!" I called, raising my sword, and the rebels took up the cry. A few hundred voices rose into the air, roaring, cheering, stabbing their weapons skyward. My adrenaline soared as the crescendo echoed around me, and I howled again, adding my voice to the mix. With a shrill whinny, Spike Rail reared, pawing the air, and plunged down the slope. Wind whipped at my hair, and ash swirled around me, stinging my eyes. My ears were filled with pounding hoofbeats and the roar of the army behind us. We neared the ocean of battle, the rise and fall of soldiers like waves on the shore, the scream and clash of weapons, and roared as we came in, like a hurricane coming to land. The false king's army turned just as we hit them, their eyes going wide, desperately readying to meet this new threat. But by then it was too late. We slammed into them with the force of a tidal wave, swift and vengeful, and all hell broke loose around me. Spike Rail plunged through the masses, blasting and breathing flame, powerful hooves lashing out at those who got too close. I struck out from his back, stabbing at the false king's army with my sword. Everything was chaos.
I was vaguely aware of Ash and Puck fighting close to me, fending off attacks from all sides. I saw Ash stab one knight through the chest and hurl an ice spear through another. I saw Puck throw what looked like a fuzzy golf ball at a group of iron knights, where it erupted into an angry grizzly. Glitch whirled his spear in a deadly circle, lightning arcing from the tip, stabbing the point through the knight's armor to fry them to blackened husks. Where's Oberon? I wondered, blocking a spear thrust at my face, kicking the knight away. I had to find him, to tell him that the rebels were not the enemy, that they were here to help. I spotted Glitch through a lull in the fighting and nudged Spike Rail in his direction. If Glitch was there as well to explain himself and his actions, perhaps Oberon would listen. "Glitch," I called as we drew close. "Come with me." A bellow interrupted us, and a huge clockwork golem plowed through the ranks, swinging its club and sending rebels flying. It caught Glitch by surprise, and the rebel leader tried to dodge too late. The metal club caught his horse's shoulder and knocked both of them several feet through the air. I screamed, but my voice was lost in the cacophony, and the golem lumbered closer to the motionless Glitch, raising its club for the killing blow. Ash suddenly wheeled his horse around and charged the golem, hurling an ice dagger that shattered off the metal skull, making its head snap up. Roaring, it swung at Ash, and my heart leaped to my throat as the huge club came swooshing down. But at the last moment, Ash sprang from his mount's back and landed on the golem's arm, running up to its shoulder. As the golem pulled back with a roar, thrashing and flailing, the Ice Prince raised his sword and stabbed it through the construct's neck. There was a flash of blue light, and the golem bellowed, falling to its knees. Ash leaped off the giant, landing on his feet in the grass as the golem shuddered and collapsed into 100 pieces of frozen clockwork, rolling through the ashes. "I'm not impressed, Ice Boy," Puck yelled, kicking away an iron knight. "Do that again, only this time make it dance." Ignoring Puck, I turned Spike Rail and hurried over to where Glitch had fallen. His horse lay in an ash drift, struggling to get up, and Glitch lay a few feet away, his spikes snapping feebly. "Glitch!" I leaped off Spike Rail's back and ran to the prone figure, kneeling beside him in the ashes. "Are you all right? Talk to me." Ash and Puck loomed to either side, protecting us from surrounding chaos. I reached down and shook his limp arm. "Glitch!" He groaned and cracked open his eyes. "Ow!" he moaned. "Damn it, what hit me?" He tried sitting up and winced, grabbing his arm. "Ouch! That's not good." "Can you stand?" I asked anxiously. He nodded and tried to get up, but gasped and sank back again, gritting his teeth. "Nope. Ribs broken as well. Sorry, Highness." Glitch swore and shook his head. "I might have to sit this one out." "That's fine. We just have to get you out of here." I looked around, flinching as Puck leaped between me and a clockwork hound, cutting the dog out of the air. I spotted Glitch's horse, finally on his feet, though looking a bit dazed, and gave a shrill whistle. "Coal-Eater!" I yelled, remembering the horse's name. "Over here!" The horse limped up, and we helped Glitch heave himself onto its back. "Take him to safety," I told the horse, who bobbed his head in consent, seemingly glad to get out of the fight. "Make sure he gets the help he needs. I'll take it from here." "Meghan!" Glitch's voice, though reedy with pain, was firm. The rebel leader gazed down at me and nodded once. "I was wrong about you. Good luck. Win this war for us." "I will," I replied, as Coal-Eater moved carefully but swiftly out of sight, disappearing into the swirling ash. Now it was the three of us, just like before. Puck and Ash pressed close, and I narrowed my eyes, peering through the whirling bodies. "Let's find Oberon right now." I threw myself back into the fight, Puck and Ash right beside me. Together we carved our way through the seemingly endless ranks of Iron Fae. Sweat ran into my eyes,
My dragon scale armor took 100 or so painful bangs and scrapes, and my arms burned from swinging my sword. But we continued to fight, inching our way across the field. I became lost in the dance. Block, swing, parry, dodge, stab, repeat. Always moving on, always pressing forward. An iron beetle bore down on us, muskets firing, and I drew on the iron glamour to tear the bolts from its legs at the joints, fighting the nausea that overtook me right after. The beetle crashed to the ground and was quickly overrun. Another clockwork giant stumbled into our midst, and this time both Ash and Puck went after it, Puck turning into a raven and pecking at its eyes, while Ash darted around and leaped onto its back, plunging his blade through its chest. Glamour swirled around me, iron, summer, and winter, though the magic of the Iron Fae was much stronger here. I could feel it, pulsing through the land, lending strength to both the rebels and the forces of the False King. I could feel the core of the iron glamour drawing closer, pulsing into angry, corrupting everything in its path. For just a moment I was distracted, and that was long enough for something to slip through my guard. The tip of a spear cut through my defenses and slammed me in the shoulder, not enough to pierce the dragon's scale, but hard enough to rock me back and send a flare of pain up my arm. I dropped my sword, and the knight pulled back for another shot. A huge, gnarled fist closed over his head, crushing the helmet like a grape and lifting the knight high into the air. I gaped as a monstrous tree-like being with thick, thorny skin and a crown of antlers flung the knight away, then turned to block a whole platoon with its tree-like limbs. Grasses and flowers bloomed briefly where it stepped, as the great tree creature moved forward with surprising speed and grace, looming above my head as if to protect me. Then its gaze swept down, and I was staring into the ancient, familiar face of the Summer King. "You've returned." Oberon's voice shook the ground, deeper and lower than a thunderclap, and just as emotionless. The Seelie King gave no hint as to what he was feeling, if he felt anything when he saw me. "And you have brought more Iron Fae to our territory." "They're here to help us," I yelled, snatching my sword and glaring up at him. He gazed back with impassive green eyes, and I stabbed a finger in his direction. "Don't you dare turn on them, Father. They want the same thing you do." Oberon blinked, and I realized I had just called him Father. Well, I was the Summer Princess. It was useless to deny it any longer. "I make no promises," the Seelie King said, and turned away, his giant limbs crushing another pair of iron knights. "We shall see after the battle what to do with the intruders." Furious, I snarled a curse and turned on the Iron Knight trying to rush me from behind. Stupid, unreasonable, uncompromising Faeries. He'd better not try anything with the rebels when this was done. I'd given my word that they would be safe from him and Mab. I stabbed my sword through the chest of an Iron Knight, watched the empty armor clatter to the ground, and looked up for the next enemy, only to find there wasn't one. I looked around to see the False King's forces pulling back, running away. As a tired cheer rose up from the army around us, I looked up to see Oberon, surrounded by the remains of countless Iron Fae, crush a final golem into scrap metal and turn to me. A shiver went through the Summer King. He began shrinking, growing smaller and less thorny until he was as I remembered him. But his eyes and the inflexibility on his face remained. "Why have you brought them here?" Oberon demanded, his cold gaze going to the rebels at my back. "More Iron Fae to poison the land. More Iron Fae that would destroy us." "No!" I stepped forward, instinctively shielding them behind me. "I told you before, they're here to help. They want the False King gone, just like you." "And what then? Offer them sanctuary within our courts? Let them go back to the Iron Realm so that it may continue to spread and corrupt our home."
Oberon seemed to grow in stature, though his size remained the same. The rebels murmured and cringed back as the Seelie King swept his arm over the crowd.
"Every Iron Fae, whether they are hostile or peaceful, is a danger to us. We will never be safe while they are alive. This is why I asked you to go into their realm and destroy the Iron King. You have failed us, and now all of Faerie will perish because of you."
"I gave my word that they would be safe here," I shouted, feeling Ash and Puck step up beside me. "If you attack them, you'll make me your enemy as well, and I don't think you can afford attack on two fronts, Father." The girl is right. A blast of icy cold, and Mab, the Winter Queen, swept up, her white battlegown streaked with splashes of red and black. "We waste time arguing here while our home is being destroyed around us. Let the rogue Fae fight with us. There will be time later to decide their fate." I didn't like the sound of that either, but in another moment it didn't matter. A loud, grinding, ripping sound echoed across the field, coming from the edge of the woods, like thousands of trees were being snapped at once. Branches shook violently, swaying like reeds in the wind, and my heart lurched as the massive bulk of the fortress broke through the edge of the woods, crushing trees beneath it, and dragged itself onto the field. Up close, the False King's fortress was even larger than I'd thought, casting a looming shadow across the battleground and blocking out the sky. Again I was struck by how irregular it was, an accumulation of different parts, smokestacks, towers, balconies, thrown into place with no care as to how it looked, yet somehow held together. Smoke leaked from every crevice, billowing into the sky, and the entire thing moved forward with a cacophony of clanks and groans and squeals, sending chills down my spine. As the armies of summer and winter drew back in shock from the monstrous structure, Ash grabbed my arm and pointed to the ground beneath it. "Look," he said, his voice filled with horror and disbelief. "Look what's carrying it." I gasped, hardly comprehending what I saw. The fortress was being carried on the shoulders of hundreds, maybe thousands of pack rats. They shuffled forward in a daze, their eyes blank and glassy, moving across the field like ants with a giant grasshopper. "Oh, God," I whispered, stumbling back a step. "They don't know what they're doing. The False King must have enchanted them somehow."
Enchanted or not, they're not stopping," Puck observed, looking nervous as the huge fortress crawled forward, moving at a slow but steady pace through the falling ash. "If we're going to get inside that thing and stop the False King, now would be a great time." "Attack!" roared Oberon, sweeping his arm toward the moving citadel. "All forces, stop that castle! Do not let it cross the lines!" The armies surged forward again, both my Iron Fae and the Old Bloods, uncaring that they were suddenly fighting side by side. In the face of a much greater evil, they hurled themselves at the fortress, their battle cries rising into the air as one. A flash of smoke and fire erupted from the fortress, and a moment later the explosion of a cannonball rocked the ground, sending several flying. Suddenly the air was filled with explosions, as the fortress opened fire on the advancing Fae. Howls and screams rose into the air, and from the woods, coming from behind the fortress, another regiment of the False Kings swarmed onto the field.
"Reinforcements!"
I gasped as the new army slammed into our forces. Drawing my sword, I turned to Ash and Puck.
"Let's go. One way or another, we have to get into that fortress."
We charged the field, joining our allies in trying to hold the line. But the false king's army was new and fresh, and most of our forces were already exhausted. More and more of our soldiers fell under the relentless push of the false king's army, and the fortress continued to creep forward, peppering the ground with cannonballs and explosions. We were being pushed back. We were giving ground. With a roar, the green summer dragon swooped overhead, its shadow flashing over us, and landed on the castle, talons digging into the side. Snarling, the dragon ripped and tore at the fortress walls, smashing cannons and breathing fire at the fairies manning them. For a moment, my heart leaped with hope. But then the metal towers atop the castle glowed blue-white with energy, and an arc of lightning leaped outward, slamming into the dragon. The dragon screeched, going rigid, as more strands of deadly electricity coursed over and through it, lighting up the sky. It finally dropped off the castle, trailing smoke from its blackened scales, and crashed to the ground. It didn't move again. My spirits plummeted. We couldn't do it. If a freaking dragon couldn't get into the fortress, what chance did I have? Shearing through a wireman, I looked around the field and my heart dropped even lower. There didn't seem to be many good guys left. Oberon was back in his tree giant form, flinging soldiers left and right, and Mab was an icy whirlwind of death, surrounded by frozen corpses and suits of armor. But I couldn't see much of our army through the masses of iron knights and other false king soldiers. Worse, they appeared to have us surrounded. An explosion shook the ground, very close, and I staggered backward, showered with rocks and dirt. Ash and Puck stood back to back, fending off attacks from all sides, but they were being pushed back as well. A cold numbness spread through my body. We were going to lose. I couldn't get into the fortress, couldn't beat the false king. His army was too much for us. We had failed. I had failed.
Master!
Something small and fast leaped at me. I reacted instinctively and swatted at it from the air, smashing it to the ground.
Ouch!
Razor! I scooped up the gremlin, holding him at arm's length to see him clearly. He buzzed with joy. What are you doing here? I told you to go to Moiturda. Why did you follow me?
Razor, help! Help, Master! Wanted to find you.
I know, but I needed you to get the others. Despair rose up like a wave, and I shook him, angry and frustrated. He squeaked. Why didn't you go to Moiturda? Why didn't you do what I asked? Now we're all going to die.
No die?
Razor squirmed from my grasp, hitting the dirt to bounce around my feet.
No die, no. Razor did what Master wanted. Look.
He pointed. From the edge of the woods, over the roar of explosions and screams of battle, I saw thousands of tiny green lights, eyes all staring at me. I gasped, and as one, they all broke into a smile, neon blue crescent grins floating in the air. They spilled from the woods like a rush of ink, black against the ash-covered ground, thousands upon thousands of gremlins flowing toward the castle. They swarmed over and around the iron soldiers like rocks in a stream, unhindered and unstoppable. Several Fae lashed out at them, and several gremlins fell, left behind by the mass. But there were just too many of them to stop. They scurried up to the fortress and leaped onto its walls, swarming it like army ants or hornets. Lightning flashed, blasting them from the walls, and gremlins fell like rain. But there were always more, hissing and buzzing, and suddenly the entire fortress shuddered to a halt. Razor laughed, clamping onto my leg.
See?
He crowed, crawling up to my shoulder.
We help! Razor, help! Razor did good?
I pried him off me and kissed the top of his head, ignoring the rather violent static shock I received. You did awesome. Now, get to safety. I'll take it from here. He buzzed happily and darted off, vanishing into the crowd. I took a deep breath and looked around.
Ash and Puck had broken away from the main fighting to shield me from the masses coming forward. We were going to have to break through those lines, and quickly. "Ash! Puck!" They whirled toward me, and I pointed forward. "The fortress defenses are down. I'm going in." "Hold!" Mab appeared before us, beautiful and frightening, her hair whipping about like snakes. "I will open a path for you," she said, turning toward the raging battlefield. "This will take the last of my power, so be sure not to waste it, half-breed. Are you ready?" Still reeling from the shock that Mab was helping me, I nodded. The Winter Queen raised her hand, and I felt glamour swirling around her, raw and powerful. She swept her arm down, and a blast of freezing, icicle-strewn wind shot forward, ripping into the crowd, pelting them with shards as sharp as razors. Iron Fae screeched and fell back, blinded, covering their eyes and faces, and a path opened before us, leading straight to the castle. "Go!" Mab hissed, her voice slightly strained, and we didn't hesitate. Gripping my sword, with Ash leading and Puck close behind, we charged into the hole. The fortress loomed overhead, still flashing and spitting lightning as the gremlins swarmed over it. The pack rats seemed frozen in place, eyes blank, faces slack, unaware of the battle going on around them. They didn't react as we reached the base of the castle, and Ash leaped onto the edge. I held my breath, praying he wouldn't get blasted off like the dragon. But there were so many gremlins scurrying about, the defenses didn't even notice us. Still, lightning flashed all around us, smelling of ozone and burning flesh, as Ash pulled me up and we pressed ourselves against the wall. Gremlins fell around us, charred and blackened, and I pressed my face into his shoulder. "A door! A door! My kingdom for a door!" Puck muttered. "There," Ash said, pointing to a balcony several yards above us. "Come on, we'll have to climb." Scaling the walls wasn't difficult, though it was extremely nerve-wracking with all the lightning and the shrieks of dying gremlins, but we reached the balcony in a short amount of time. A small iron door stood nestled in an alcove next to the railing, and I started toward it, eager to get out of the lightning storm. But before I was halfway across the balcony, the entire fortress trembled, like a dog shaking off water, and lurched into motion. I stumbled forward, slamming my shoulder into the door. It wouldn't budge, no matter how hard I wrenched the handle or threw myself against it. "Damn it!" Puck yelped, ducking as a deadly bolt of electricity slashed down nearby, making my skin crawl. "We're gonna have to find another way in, unless someone happens to have a key." The key! Reaching up, I yanked the chain from my neck and shoved the iron key into the hole beneath the handle, praying it would work. I heard a soft click, and slammed myself into the door once again, just as the fortress lurched forward. This time, the door flew inward, and I tumbled over the threshold, Puck and Ash close behind me. Then it slammed shut with a clang, trapping us inside the fortress of the False King. Chapter 24. The False King. Panting, I looked around us, grabbing a pipe to keep steady as the fortress shook and bounced and trembled, trying to buck the intruders off its back. The inside of the False King's fortress looked much like the outside, thrown together with no thought to architectural soundness or anything that made sense, really. Stairways ran into walls, doors hung from the ceiling, and hallways snaked off to nowhere or curled around themselves. Rooms and floors sat at weird angles, making it difficult to keep your balance, and were filled with strange odds and ends. A tricycle rolled by, banging into a staircase, and a lamp, hanging upside down from the ceiling, flickered erratically. Great! The False King's fortress is a giant rabbit hole. Puck ducked as a model plane flew by on a string, barely missing him. How are we supposed to find anything in this mess? I closed my eyes, feeling the dark, iron glamour pulsing all around me. In Machina's tower, I'd known I would find the Iron King at the very top, close to the sky and the wind, waiting for me. Here, in this crowded, tangled burrow, I could feel him too. The false king. He knew I was here, an intruder in his private warren. I could feel his glee, his anticipation as the fortress itself suddenly turned its gaze inward, searching for us. For me. I shivered and opened my eyes. He's at the very center, I murmured, looping the chain, the watch, and the life-saving key around my neck once more. The heart of the fortress. And he's waiting for us. Then let's not keep him, Ash muttered, drawing his sword, which glowed like a beacon in the darkness. Huddled close, we crept forward into the shadowed, tangled mess of the false king's fortress. We eased our way between mountains of junk, through rooms that made no sense, dodging trash and low-hanging cables. One time we followed a corridor that led us in a twisted spiral back to where we came. Another time, we picked our way through a labyrinth of huge pipes, hissing steam. All the while, the dark glamour I felt grew stronger, more eager, the closer we came to the center. And then, very suddenly, the closed, crowded walls opened up, and we stumbled into a vast open arena. Thick black pipes held up the ceiling, hissing madly, and metal poles stuck out of the roof, threads of lightning arcing between them, causing the whole place to flicker like a strobe light. In the center of the open space, an iron chair spiked up from the floor, polished and gleaming. Seated motionless on the throne, a body watched us, but under the flickering lights it was difficult to see it clearly. Then a strand of lightning leaped from the ceiling and slithered rapidly over the throne, lighting it up like a Christmas tree, and I saw the face of the false king for the first time. "You!" I gasped. My heart lurched, and my stomach dropped to my toes. Of course it was him. How could I have not seen it before? "Hello, Meghan Chase," purred Ferrum, smiling at me. "I have been waiting for you." "Ferrum," I whispered, trying to match the figure of the false king with the sad, angry old man I'd met in the pack rat tunnels. He was very much the same, withered and bent over, his arms and legs like brittle twigs, and his white hair flowing almost to his feet. Voluminous black robes nearly swallowed his frail figure, and a twisted iron crown rested on his forehead, seeming to weigh him down. His skin had that same metallic tone, like he'd been dunked in liquid mercury, and the lightning crawling over his body didn't seem to faze him a bit. But he glowed with power now, a dark, purplish aura that surrounded him, like it was sucking in all the light. I could feel it pulling at me, trying to drain my life and glamour, suck me dry until I was an empty husk. I shuddered and stepped back, and Ferrum broke into a maniacal grin. "Yes, you feel it, don't you, girl?" Ferrum raised a claw and beckoned me forward, still smiling. "You feel the void, the vacuum, where my power used to lie, the power of the Iron King, the power you stole from me when you killed Machina." Ferrum slammed his fist into the chair with a hollow boom, making me jump. I didn't remember him being this strong. "But now, you are here," he finished, still gazing at me with those crazy, inhuman eyes. "And I will take back what is rightfully mine. For centuries I have waited for this day, when I can reclaim my throne and my right as king." He leaned forward, speaking fervently, as if to convince us. "It will be difficult this time. Machina was right to fear the old bloods.
They will destroy us if we do not put them down first. When I kill you and my power is returned, I will take this land and remake it in my own image, where my subjects and slaves can live in peace, and I can rule as I did before, unopposed and unquestioned."
"You're wrong," I said quietly, as his eyes widened, blazing and feverish. "The power of the Iron King was never yours. Not since you lost it to Machina all those years ago. It can be earned, and it can be lost, but it can never be taken. Machina gave it to me. Even if you kill me, you won't get back your power. You can't reclaim the past, Ferrum. Let it go. You'll never be the Iron King again."
"Silence!"
Ferrum screeched, hitting the throne arm again.
"Lies! I have waited for this day too long to listen to your filthy half-truths. Guards! Guards!"
Clanking footsteps boomed around us, and a platoon of iron knights appeared, encircling the arena. Ash and Puck pressed close, and we stood back to back, weapons drawn, as the knights came to a stop at the edge, surrounding us in a ring of steel. Ferrum rose from his throne, floating a few feet from the ground like a spindly wraith, his long hair floating around him.
"You will not deny me what is rightfully mine,"
the false king raged, pointing at me with a long metallic finger.
"And your little bodyguards will not stop me from taking it either. I have some friends of theirs who are dying to see them."
I wasn't surprised when the ranks parted and Rowan stepped out on one side, Tertius on the other. The Iron Knight looked bored and cold, but Rowan's grin was inhumanly eager as he drew his sword, spinning it casually as he advanced on Ash.
"Come on, little brother,"
Rowan sneered, the flickering light washing over his burned, ravaged face.
"I've been waiting for this a long time."
"Meghan," Ash eased back a step, torn between protecting me and going after Rowan. I softly touched his arm. "It's okay." He gave me a desperate, helpless look, and I smiled encouragingly. "It'll be all right. This is what we came here for. Keep Rowan off me, and I'll take care of Ferrum."
"I hope."
"Puck, will you be all right?"
"No problem, Princess."
Puck whirled his daggers, facing off against Ash's doppelganger. The look on his face scared me a little. It was one of pure savage zeal as Puck bared his teeth in a fearsome smile. "I think I'm going to enjoy this." Ash held my gaze.
"I can't protect you this time,"
he whispered.
"And I know you're ready for this, but, Meghan, be careful,"
he finished, and I nodded. "You too." I stepped back, but he pulled me forward and kissed me, quick and desperate, before turning to face Rowan. "Go on, then," he said softly, his voice shaking a bit. "Go save us all." With my head up and my resolve firmly in place, I turned and walked toward the center of the room. This was it. Ash and Puck couldn't help me now. I had to do this on my own. Ferrum waited for me before his throne, a skeletal wraith creature, his robes and hair billowing behind him. The screech and clash of weapons echoed behind me as two of the people I loved most in the world fought for their lives. But I didn't turn back to look. My gaze was only for the false king as I stopped a few yards from the throne, my sword held loosely at my side. Ferrum watched me for a moment, hanging in the air like a vulture, and he broke into a slow, eager smile.
"This can be simple and painless, you know," he whispered. "Kneel before me now, and you will not suffer. Your end will be as peaceful as a lullaby, singing you to sleep." I gripped my sword, swinging it into a ready position as Ash had taught me. We both know that's not going to happen. Ferrum smiled. Very well, he said, and his arms rose away from his sides. I felt him drawing glamour from the fortress, from the poisoned land and even his subjects, sucking the dark power into himself. His fingers flexed, growing long and pointed, turning into gleaming blades. I prefer it this way myself. And he flew at me. He was insanely fast. I barely had time to see him coming, a blur of silver across the floor, before he was in front of me, swiping at my face. I knocked away the stabbing fingers and slashed at him in return, but he was already gone, zipping to the side. I felt his claws strike my armor, and then a blinding pain as they sliced through the scales like paper, cutting into my arm. I whirled and swiped at him, my blade passing through empty air as Ferrum darted away, clear across the room in a blink. My arm burned, the silver dragon scale spattered with red where the false king had cut me. Ferrum drifted closer, slower this time, his mouth twisted in a hungry smile. He knew he was faster than me. I closed out the pain and raised my sword again, and the false king laughed in triumph. Is that the best you can do, Meghan Chase? All the power of the Iron King at your fingertips, and you can do nothing. How disappointing. A blink, and he was close again, smiling. I threw myself back, but Ferrum didn't press his advantage, shaking his head like a disappointed grandfather. You have no idea how to wield that power, do you, girl? It sits smoldering inside you, an untapped flood. Or are you just saving it for later? He was mocking me now, confident in his victory, and that pissed me off. I lunged at him with a snarl, slashing at his face, intending to wipe that ugly sneer from his mouth. He dodged, thrust out a hand, and I was hit with a blast of pure iron glamour. My sword was torn from my hands. The force knocked me back, sent me tumbling to the edge of the arena, gasping and winded at the feet of the Iron Knights. Over the ringing in my ears, I heard Ash's howl of fury and the false king's mocking laughter. Get up, he snapped as I staggered to my knees. I tried, but the floor was spinning, and my stomach felt like it had been pulled inside out. The false king barked another laugh. Pathetic, he crowed. You are weak to be carrying the power of the Iron King. I don't know what Machina was thinking to waste it on you. No matter. I will cut it out of your weak human body and use it as it was meant to be used, for the glory of myself and my kingdom. He raised his hands, claws smeared with my blood, and drifted toward me. Dark, poisonous iron glamour pulsed all around us, ebbing from the walls and from every shadow of the fortress, feeding him, empowering him. I couldn't beat Ferrum like this. I was going to have to fight fire with fire, and hope I wouldn't pass out from the effort. I gazed across the arena to my sword, lying in the middle of the floor, flickering under the lights. I remembered how I had once twisted the shape of an iron ring, made iron bolts change direction in mid-air. I remembered how Ferrum made his own fingers change, becoming deadly and sharp, and concentrated on my weapon, seeing the iron glamour in my mind. The sword glowed white-hot, stretched and lengthened, turning from a sword to a spear. Nausea rose up as my summer magic reacted violently to the iron glamour, cramping my stomach and making the room spin. But I bit my lip and gave the magic one last desperate pull. Ferrum was right over me, his claws poised to end my life, when the spear flew from the floor, streaked across the room, and hit him from behind. I saw it erupt from his chest, striking the glamour of one of the knights, and I scrambled away as Ferrum arched back with a scream, clutching the spear through his middle. Staggering to the center of the arena, I collapsed as the nausea overtook me, gasping and trying not to retch. It was over. We had won somehow. Now all we had to do was get past Rowan and Tertius and make it back to our side. Hopefully the Iron Knights would let us go now that Ferrum was dead. High-pitched, frantic laughter stopped me in my tracks. When I raised my head, my blood ran cold. Ferrum was still standing, the spear through his chest, glamour snapping and flaring around him like a thunderstorm. "You think you can defeat me with iron, Meghan Chase," he howled. "I am iron. I was the first Iron Fae born into this world. It runs in my veins, my blood, my very essence. Your pathetic use of iron glamour only makes me stronger." Reaching down, he pulled the spear from his chest in one smooth, contemptuous motion. I struggled upright as the false king rose into the air, hair and clothes whipping around him in the gale. "Now," Ferrum droned, lifting the spear above his head, "it is time to end this." Lightning arched from the ceiling to the tip of the spear, lancing down and crackling around the false king. I felt my hair stand up, rising away from my neck as Ferrum lifted his other hand and pointed at me. There was a blinding flash. Something slammed into my chest, and the noise of the world cut out, as abruptly as if someone had switched off a television. Everything went white. "You cannot beat him." Blinking, I squinted against the glare, shielding my eyes as I gazed around. All around me, everywhere was white. No ground, no shadows, nothing but a blank white void as empty as space. But I knew he was here, with me. "Where are you, Machina?" I asked, my voice echoing into the emptiness. "I have always been here, Meghan Chase," was Machina's reply, coming from everywhere and nowhere. "I was given to you, freely, without constraint. It is you who has rejected me every time." That didn't make any sense, and I shook my head to clear it, trying to remember where I was. "Where is everyone? Where is Ferrum? I was fighting Ferrum. I have to get back. Where is he?" "You cannot beat him," Machina said again. "Not the way you are fighting. He is the essence of iron's corruption, feeding off the land like a bloated tick. His power is too great, and you cannot defeat him with iron glamour alone." "I'm going to have to try," I said angrily. "I don't have a magic witchwood arrow to kill him like I did you. I just have myself." "The witchwood arrow was only a conduit for your own summer glamour. It was powerful, yes, but it only worked because you are Oberon's daughter, and his living, healing summer blood flows through you. In essence, you injected the Iron King with your own summer magic, and my body could not take it. It is the same with Ferrum." "Well, I can't do that anymore. Every time I use summer magic, the iron gets in the way. I can't use one without the other tainting it. I can't win like that. I can't—" Close to despair, I sank to my knees, burying my face in one hand. "I have to win," I whispered. "I have to. Everyone is depending on me. There must be a way to use my summer magic. Damn it, my father is the Summer King. There has to be a way to separate." And then it hit me. I remembered my father, not the Seelie King. My human father, Paul. I could see us sitting at the old piano while he tried to explain how music worked. I could see the iron glamour in the notes, the strict lines and rigid rules that made up the score, but the music itself was a vortex of song and pure swirling emotion.
They weren't separate entities, creative magic and iron glamour. They were one, cold logic and wild emotion, merged together to create something truly beautiful. Of course, I whispered, reeling from the understanding. I was using them separately. Of course they reacted to each other. That's what you were trying to tell me, wasn't it? This power, me, you, summer, and iron glamour. I can't use one or the other. They're useless separated. I have to make them one. It was so simple now that I thought about it. Paul had shown me they could combine. It was nothing new. This was why Machina gave his power to me. I was the only one who could merge them. A half-breed who could wield both summer and iron. I felt a presence behind me but didn't turn. There would be nothing there if I did. "Are you ready?" Machina whispered. No, not Machina. The manifestation of the iron glamour. My iron glamour. The magic I had been rejecting, running away from all this time, using it but never really accepting it. That ended today. It was time. "I'm ready," I murmured, and felt hands on my shoulders, long-fingered and powerful. Steel cables began coiling around me, around us, tightening as they slithered over my skin. About the time they stabbed into me, wiggling under my skin and crawling up toward my heart, I closed my eyes. Machina's presence was fading away, growing fainter and fainter, though right before he vanished altogether, he bent close and whispered in my ear, "You've always had the power to defeat the false king. He is a corrupter, a life-taker, poisoning everything he touches. He will try to drain your magic by force. You can defeat him, but you must be brave. Together, we can restore this land." The cables finally reached my heart, and a jolt like an electrical current slammed into my body, as all that was left of the Iron King faded completely and was gone. I gasped and opened my eyes. I was in Ferrum's chamber, lying on my back, watching the lightning threads dance over the ceiling. Only a few seconds must have passed since Ferrum hit me, as the false king was still standing in the middle of the arena with his arms outstretched. Beyond him, I could just make out Ash and Puck, still locked in battle with their opponents. Ash was shouting something, but his voice blurred in my ears, coming from far away. I felt dizzy, numb, and my skin tingled, as if all my limbs were asleep, but I was alive. Something light slithered over my neck, tickling my skin. I reached up and felt cold metal, the pocket watch the clockmaker had given me so long ago. Lifting it up, I saw immediately that there was no saving it. The electricity had cracked the glass and melted the edges of the gold casing. The delicate hands were frozen in place. From the looks of the damage, it seemed the timepiece had taken the full brunt of the lightning bolt. 161 hours from the time the clockmaker had given it to me. "Thank you," I told him silently, and unlooped the chain from my neck, letting the watch clatter to the ground. Ferrum's eyes widened as I struggled to my knees, then my feet, fighting to stay upright as the floor lurched and spun. "Still alive?" he hissed, as I shook off the last of the dizziness and faced him, clenching my fists. Everything was clearer now. I could feel the iron glamour of the fortress pulsing all around me, and the black hole that was the false king sucking it all away. I probed further and sensed the glamour of the Never-Never holding out against the Iron Realm, growing weaker as the Iron Kingdom pressed forward. I could feel the heartbeat of both lands, and the creatures dying on either side. The power of the Iron King can be given, or can be lost, but it cannot be taken. I suddenly realized what I had to do. I trembled, wishing there had been more time, that Ash and I could have had more time. If I'd known, I might have done things differently. But beyond that moment of regret, I felt calm, certain, filled with a resolve that pushed back all fear or doubt. I was ready. There was no other way. I looked at Ferrum and smiled. The false king hissed and sent another bolt of lightning at me. I raised my hand, summer and iron glamour swirling around me, and knocked it aside, sending it into the wall over Ferrum's head. The energy exploded in a shower of sparks, and Ferrum screeched in rage. For a moment, I held my breath, waiting for the pain and nausea to hit. Nothing. No pain, no sickness. Summer and iron glamour had merged perfectly, one no longer tainting the other. I reached out and called my spear to me, ripping it from Ferrum's grasp, grabbing it as it smacked into my palm. Ferrum's eyes bugged, and glamour flared around him like a dark flame. I flourished the spear and sank into a ready stance. "Come on then, old man," I called, ignoring my pounding heart, the way my hands were shaking. "You throw like a girl. You want my power? Come get it." Ferrum rose into the air like a vengeful phoenix, hair and robes snapping behind him. "Insolent child," he screamed. "I shall not toy with you a moment longer. I will take my power back right now." He flew at me, covering the arena floor in a blink, though I saw everything clearly. I watched Ferrum close on me, his face twisted into a mask of rage, lunging forward. I saw those deadly talons stabbing at my chest. I knew I could block it, step aside. "I'm sorry, Ash." I closed my eyes instead. Ferrum hit me square in the gut with the full power of his hate behind it, driving his claws deep into my chest. The force bent me over, punching the breath from my lungs. A moment before, fire blossomed through my stomach. The pain was excruciating. I would have gasped, but there was no air left in me. Somewhere far away, I heard Ash scream in rage and fury, Puck's cry of dismay. But then Ferrum stepped forward, pushing his claws in even further, and everything melted into a red haze of agony. Bent over the false king's arm, my body shook and convulsed, and I concentrated on not passing out, not giving in to the blackness that crawled at the edge of my vision. It was tempting, so tempting to give in, to let go of the pain and sink into oblivion. My blood dripped to the floor between us, a growing crimson pool. I could feel my life leaking away as well. "Yes," Ferrum whispered in my ear, his breath smelling of rust and rot. "Suffer. Suffer for stealing my power from me, for thinking you were worthy to carry it. Now you will die, and I will become the Iron King once more. The power of the Iron King is mine once again." I raised a trembling, blood-soaked hand and grabbed the collar of his robes, raising my head to meet the false king's triumphant gaze. My life was fading fast. I had to be quick. "You want it," I whispered, forcing the words out, when all I wanted to do was scream or cry. "Take it. It's yours." And I sent my power, the merged glamour of summer and iron, into the false king. Ferrum threw back his head and laughed, swelling with power, his voice ringing through the chamber. Glamour flared around him like a dark fire, and he seemed to swell, to grow as the massive power of the Iron King flowed into him. Suddenly it sputtered, the cold black corruption flickering with tongues of green and gold, heat and warmth. Ferrum jerked, eyes going wide with confusion and fear, staring at me in horror. What are you doing to me? What have you done?" He tried pulling back, but I clamped my fingers around his wrist, holding us together. "You wanted the Iron King's power. I told Ferrum, whose eyes were bulging and crazy now, glamour swirling around him like a colorful vortex. You can have it. Iron and summer both. Afraid you can't separate them now. Glamour continued to pour into Ferrum as I clung to him with my fading strength. You might have killed me, but I swear, I won't let you touch the Never Never, or my family, or my friends. The Iron King's reign ends right now. Branches erupted from the false king's chest, twisted and bent, rushing up toward the ceiling, and Ferrum screamed. Ripping his claws from my stomach, he staggered back, clutching at the limbs, trying to tear them out. I fell to my knees, stayed upright for a split second, then collapsed, my head striking the ground with a thump. Reality blurred, and time seemed to slow. Ferrum writhed and thrashed, his screams filling the chamber as his arms split and turned into branches, his fingers becoming gnarled twigs. I saw Ash, his face frighteningly out of control, slam his brother's sword away, step forward and plunge his blade through Rowan's armor into his chest. A flash of vicious blue, and Rowan arched back, going stiff as if frozen from inside. Ash yanked his sword up and out, and Rowan shattered, falling to the floor in a million glistening pieces. A howl from the other side of the room showed two pucks holding Tertius between them, while a third puck raised his dagger and plunged it into the knight's chest. "Damn you!" Ferrum's voice was a croak, and my attention flickered back to the false king. He was almost gone now, a tiny, gnarled old tree, bent and withered. Only his face showed through the trunk, hateful eyes boring into me. "I thought I'd seen evil in Machina," he wheezed. "But you are far, far worse. My power, all my power gone. Wasted." His voice broke, and he made a noise like a sob before turning a last sneer on me. "At least I can take comfort in the fact that neither of us will have it in the end. You will die soon. Not even the power of the Iron King can save you." His voice abruptly cut out. Or maybe I lost consciousness for a moment, because the next time I opened my eyes, Ferrum was gone. An ugly skeletal tree was all that remained of the false king. The pain was still there, but it was a dull, distant thing now, insignificant. Somewhere far away, someone called my name. At least, I thought it was my name. I blinked, trying to focus, but my thoughts were fuzzy, and I slipped away like smoke, and I was too tired to call them back. Closing my eyes, I let myself drift, wanting nothing but the chance to rest. Surely I had earned it by now. Defeating a false king and saving all of Faerie. There were certainly worse ways to die. But even as I hovered on the edge of the void, I could still feel the labored heartbeat of the land, the poisoned trail Ferrum had carved on his journey, and the corruption seeping into the Never Never. Just because Ferrum was gone didn't mean the Iron Realm would disappear. The last of the Iron King's power still flickered inside me. Weakly, a candle held up to the wind. It was still my responsibility, this power. What would happen to it when I died? Who would I give it to? Who could I give it to, this new glamour of summer and iron, without killing them? "Meghan," the voice called to me again, and I recognized it now. It was his voice, the voice of my knight, frantic and tormented, pulling me back from the void. "Meghan, no!" it pleaded, echoing in the blackness. "Don't do this! Come on, wake up! Please!" The last word was a desperate whispered sob, and I opened my eyes. Ash peered down at me, silver eyes suspiciously bright, his face pale and wan. Cradled in his arms, I blinked as the sounds of the world came back, the crackle of energy above, the shuffle of metal boots from the iron knights still surrounding us. I spared a quick glance over and saw that all the knights had laid down their arms and were now watching us with identical grave expressions, waiting. I looked back to Ash, seeing Puck standing over his shoulder as well, white and pale. "Ash," I whispered, my voice sounding weak and breathy in my ears. "I'm so sorry. I didn't think. Now you'll fade away because of me, because I asked you to take that vow." He pressed his face to my hair, closing his eyes. "If you are gone," he whispered back, his voice shaking, "then I will welcome non-existence. There will be nothing left for me to live for." He pulled back, his silver eyes boring into me. "There's still time," he murmured, standing easily with me in his arms. "We have to get you to a healer." Puck was suddenly there, intense and angry, his hair a stark contrast to his pale face. "Damn it, Meghan!" he snapped. "What the hell were you thinking? We have to get you out of here now." He eyed the ring of knights, and his eyes narrowed. "You think that bucket brigade will let us go, or should I carve a path through them?" "No," I whispered, clutching Ash's shirt. They both looked at me in surprise. "I can't go to a healer. Take me—" I winced and fought a gasp as a bolt of pain clawed my stomach, and Ash's grip tightened. "Take me to the tree," I forced out. "The ruins. I have to go back, to where it all began." He stared at me, expressionless, but a tremor went through him. "No," he whispered, but it was more of a plea. "Princess, there's no time." Puck stalked forward, desperate. "Don't be stupid. If we don't get you to a healer now, you'll die." I ignored Puck, holding Ash's gaze, steeling myself for what I had to do. "Ash," I whispered, tears flooding my eyes. "Please, I don't have much time left. This is my last request. I have to get to that tree. Please." He closed his eyes, and a single tear crawled down his cheek. I knew I was asking him to do the impossible, and it was tearing me apart that Ash was suffering. But at least I would make it right in the end. I'd promise him that much. "Don't listen to her, Prince." Puck sounded almost frantic then, grabbing Ash by the shoulder. "She's delirious. Get to a healer, damn it. Don't tell me you're going to listen to this insanity." "Puck," I whispered, but suddenly noticed the empty silver chain dangling from Ash's chest. The amulet was gone. Where the crystal had once been, only a blackened shard remained. It must have finally shattered during the fight with Rowan. My stomach twisted. "Oh God, Ash," I breathed. "The amulet. You won't be protected in the Iron Kingdom anymore. Have someone else take me back." He raised his head, his eyes bleak but determined, a look I'd seen before when he had nothing left to lose. "I'll take you." "No, you won't." Puck stepped in front of us, and suddenly his dagger was pressed against Ash's throat. Ash didn't move, and Puck leaned in, his face savage. "You'll take her to a healer, Prince, or so help me I will cut out that piece of ice you call a heart and take her myself." "Puck," I whispered again. "Please." He didn't look at me, but tears brimmed at the corners of his eyes, and the hand holding the dagger trembled. "I have to do this," I went on, as Ash and Puck continued their stare down, neither giving an inch. "This is the only way to save everything. Please." He drew in a shaky breath. "How can you ask me to let you die?" he choked, still keeping the blade at the prince's throat. A thread of blood formed under the knife and ran down to Ash's collar. "I'd do anything for you, Meghan. Just not that. Not that." Gently, I reached up and closed my fingers around the knife hilt, easing it down and away from Ash's neck. Puck resisted for a moment, then stepped back with a sob. The dagger fell from his grip and clanged to the floor. "Are you sure this is what you want, Princess?" His voice was strangled, his eyes begging me to change my mind. "No," I whispered, as my own tears spilled over, and the arms around me tightened. Of course it wasn't. I wanted to live. I wanted to see my family and finish school and travel to distant places I'd only read about. I wanted to laugh with Puck and love with Ash and do all those things that normal people took for granted. But I couldn't. I was given this power, this responsibility, and I had to finish what I'd started once and for all. "No, Puck, it isn't. But this is how it has to be." Puck took my hand, gripping it as if he could keep me here just by holding on. I looked into his green eyes, shining with emotion, and saw all his years as Fae, all his triumphs and failures, loves and losses. I saw him as Puck, the devilish legendary troublemaker, and as Robin Goodfellow, a being as ancient as time, with his own scars and wounds gathered in his immortal life. Puck squeezed my hand, tears running unabashedly down his face, and shook his head. "Wow," he muttered, his voice choked with tears. "Here we are, the last night and all, and I can't think of anything to say." I pressed my palm to his cheek, feeling the moisture beneath my fingers, and smiled at him. "How about goodbye?" "Nah." Puck shook his head. "I make a point of never saying goodbye, Princess. Makes it sound like you're never coming back." "Puck." He bent and kissed me softly on the lips. Ash stiffened, arms tightening around me. But Puck slid out of reach before either of us could react. "Take care of her, Ice Boy," he said, smiling as he backed up several paces. "I guess I won't be seeing you either, will I? It was fun while it lasted." "I'm sorry we didn't get to kill each other," Ash said quietly. Puck chuckled and bent to retrieve his fallen dagger. "My one and only regret. Too bad. That would have been an epic fight." Straightening, he gave us that old stupid grin, raising a hand in farewell. "See you around, lovebirds." Glamour rippled through the air, and Puck disintegrated into a flock of screaming ravens, flapping wildly as they scattered to all corners of the room. The knights ducked as the birds swooped over their heads, cawing in their harsh, mocking voices. Then the birds vanished into the darkness, the sound of wings disappeared, and Puck was gone. The knights led us through without a fight, bowing their heads as we passed. Some of them even raised their swords as if in salute, but I didn't really notice much. Cradled gently in Ash's arms, my body and mind numb to everything, I concentrated on not falling asleep, knowing if I did I might never open my eyes. Soon I could rest, give in to the exhaustion claiming my body, lie back and forget it all. But I had one last thing to do, and then I could finally let it all go. Soft flakes touched my cheek, and I looked up. We were outside the fortress now, standing at the top of a flight of stairs, gazing down at the field. The sounds of battle had ceased, and silence hung over the field as every eye, be it summer, winter, or iron, turned in my direction. Everyone was frozen, staring at me in shock, unsure of what to do. Ash never stopped, walking deliberately forward, his face unreadable, and the ranks of summer, winter, and iron fae parted for him without a word. Faces passed by me, silent in the falling ash. Diode, his whirling eyes wide with alarm, Spike Rail and his herd, lowering their heads as we walked by. Gremlins trailed us, hushed and grim, weaving their way through the crowd. Mab and Oberon came into view, their eyes at once blank and sympathetic. Ash didn't stop, even for Mab. He marched by the fairy rulers without even a glance, continuing through the gray drifts until we reached the edge of the field and the huge frost dragon waiting for us. The dragon shifted, settling back to stare at the Winter Prince with blue eyes. "Take us into the Iron Realm." Ash's voice was soft, but several degrees below freezing, leaving no room for argument. "Now." The dragon blinked. Hissing softly, it turned and crouched low, stretching its long neck for Ash to get on. Without so much as a jolt, Ash stepped onto the scaly forearm and leaped up between the dragon's shoulders, settling me in his lap. As the dragon rose up, spreading its wings to launch, Razor let out a buzzing cry, and the gremlins exploded into shrill, high-pitched wailing, leaping up and down and pulling at their ears. Though startled, no one moved to stop them, and their keening voices followed us into the air until the wind swallowed them up. I didn't remember flying. I didn't remember landing. Just a soft thump as Ash slid off the dragon's back onto solid ground again. Raising my head from his chest, I gazed around. The landscape was blurred and fuzzy, like a fading out-of-focus camera, until I realized it was me, and not the surroundings. Everything was gray and dark, but I could still make out the tree, the great iron oak, rising from the tower ruins to brush the sky. Behind us, the dragon made a low rumble that sounded like a question. "Yes, go," Ash murmured without turning around. And there was a blast of wind that signaled the dragon had fled, back to the Never-Never, where it wouldn't be poisoned. I noted in my numb state of mind that Ash didn't tell it to wait for him. Because he wasn't planning to leave either. Ash's step was firm as he carried me through the tower, drifting through the empty ruins, slipping through the shadows, until we reached the base of the tree. Only when we stepped into the chamber and the branches loomed above us did he start to tremble. But his voice was steady, and his grip didn't loosen as he approached the trunk and stopped, lowering his head to mine. "We're here," he murmured. I closed my eyes and reached out with my remaining glamour, feeling the pulsing heart of the tree and the roots extending deep into the earth. "Lay me down, at the base," I whispered. He hesitated, but then stepped beneath the tree and knelt, depositing me gently on the ground between two giant roots. He stayed there, kneeling beside me, holding my hand in his. Something splashed the back of my hand, cold as spring water, crystallizing to my skin. A fairy's tears. I glanced up at him and tried for a smile, tried to be brave, to show him that none of this was his fault, that this was how it had to be. His eyes glimmered in the darkness, bright and anguished. I squeezed his hand. "It was quite a ride, wasn't it?" I whispered, as my own tears ran down my cheek, staining the hard ground. "I'm sorry, Ash. I wish we had more time. I wish I could have gone with you. But things didn't quite work out, did they?" Ash brought my hand to his lips, his eyes never leaving mine. "I love you, Meghan Chase," he murmured against my skin. "For the rest of my life, however long we have left, I'll consider it an honor to die beside you." I took a deep breath, chasing back the darkness on the edge of my vision. Now came the hardest part, the part I'd been dreading. I didn't want to die. And even more, I didn't want to die alone. The thought made my stomach clench and my breath come in short, panicked gasps. But Ash would not fade away. I would not let him die because of his vow. This was the last unselfish thing I could do for him. He had been with me every step of the way. Now it was my turn to set him free. Ash. I reached up and touched his cheek, tracing the line of his jaw. I love you. Never forget that. And I wanted to live the rest of my life with you, but... And I paused, trying to catch my breath. It was getting hard even to speak, and Ash's outline was fading at the edges. I blinked hard to keep him in focus. But I can't let you die because of me, I continued, seeing understanding dawn in his eyes, followed by alarm. I won't allow it. Meghan, no. It's all right if you hate me, I continued, speaking faster so he couldn't change my mind. In fact, that might be for the best. Hate me so you can find someone else to love. But I want you to live, Ash. You have so much to live for. Please. Ash gripped my hand. Don't do this. I release you, I whispered, from your vow of knighthood and the promises you made. Your service to me is done, Ash. You're free. Ash bowed his head, shoulders heaving. I swallowed the bitter lump in my throat, my stomach churning painfully. It was done. I hated myself for it, but it was the right thing to do. I'd asked so much of him already. Even if he was prepared to die, I wasn't going to let that happen. Now, I said, releasing his hand. Get out of here, Ash, before it's too late. No. Ash, you can't stay. The amulet is gone. If you're here much longer, you'll die. Ash said nothing, but I knew that stubborn set of his shoulders, the flare of resolve around him, and I knew he would stay with me regardless. And so I did the only thing I could think of. He would curse the day he met the human girl in the wildwood, vow to never, ever fall in love again. But he would live. Ashalin Darkmere Tullin, I said, and he closed his eyes. By the power of your true name, leave the Iron Realm right now. I turned my head so I wouldn't see him, forcing out the last words. And don't come back. I'm so sorry, Ash, but please live for me. If anyone deserves to come out of this alive, it's you. A soft noise, almost a sob. Ash rose, hesitated, as if fighting the compulsion to obey. I will always be your knight, Meghan Chase, he whispered in a strained voice, as if every moment he remained was painful to him. And I swear, if there's a way for us to be together, I will find it. No matter how long it takes. If I have to chase your soul to the ends of eternity, I won't stop until I find you. I promise. And then he was gone. Alone at the base of the oak tree, I lay back, fighting the urge to cry, to scream out my fear and desolation. There was no time for that anymore. The world was getting dark, and I had one last thing I had to do. Closing my eyes, I reached out with my glamour, feeling both summer and iron rise up in response. Cautiously, I probed the roots of the giant oak, following them deep into the cracked, dried earth, sensing the devastation of the land around it. The iron glamour that was killing one species but sustaining another. I thought of my family, of Mom and Luke and Ethan, still waiting for me at home. I thought of my human dad, Paul, and my real father, the Summer King, of everyone I had met along the way. Glitch, the rebels, Razor, Iron Horse. They were of the Iron Kingdom, but they were still Fae. They deserved a chance to live just like everyone else. I thought of Grimalkin and Puck, my wise teacher and my brave, loyal best friend. They would live. I would make certain of that. They would laugh and inspire ballads and collect favors until the end of time. This was for them, and for my knight, who had given everything for me, who would have been there to the very end had I let him. Ash, Puck, everyone, I love you all. Remember me. And in one final determined push, I gathered the power of the Iron King into a massive, swirling ball and sent it deep into the roots of the giant oak. A shudder went through the tree, continuing into the land around it like ripples on a glassy pond. It radiated outward, spreading to the dead trees and vegetation, and the once withered plants stirred as the new glamour touched their roots. I sensed the land waking up, drinking in the new magic, healing the poison that the iron glamour had seeped into the land. Trees straightened, unfurling new leaves from steel branches. The hard obsidian plain shuddered as green sprouts pushed their way to the surface. The mottled yellow clouds began to break apart, showing blue sky and sun peeking through the cracks. A cool breeze blew in from somewhere, cooling my face and causing a rain of leaves to flutter around me. The air smelled of earth and new grass. Lulled into a deep peace, listening to the sounds of growing things all around me, I closed my eyes and finally surrendered to the darkness. Chapter 25. The Iron Queen. Machina waited for me on the other side. "Hello, Meghan Chase," he greeted softly, smiling in the brightness that surrounded us. No longer the black void of dreams or the harsh whiteness of my mind. I didn't really know where I was. Coiling mist surrounded me, and I wondered if this was just one more test before I reached the afterlife or whatever lay beyond the fog. "Machina?" I nodded. He was barely discernible in the mist, but every so often the fog would clear and I saw him, though sometimes he appeared as a massive tree. "What are you doing here?" I sighed. "Don't tell me you're guarding the pearly gates. You never struck me as the angelic type." The Iron King shook his head. His cables, folded behind him, looked almost like glimmering wings. But Machina could not in any way be mistaken for something else. I blinked, and for a moment it seemed I stood under the limbs of the great oak again. But the land around it was changed, green and silver, twined together seamlessly. I turned my head and Machina stood before me again, gazing down with what could only be pride. "I wanted to congratulate you," he murmured, like the whisper of wind through leaves. "You've come farther than anyone could have expected. Defeating the false king by sacrificing yourself was phenomenal. But then you gave your power to the one thing that could save you both, the land itself." Movement swirled around me, flashes of color showing a land both familiar and strange. Mountains of junk dominated the landscape, but moss and vines grew around them now, twisted and blooming with flowers. A huge city of stone and steel had both street lamps and flowering trees lining the streets, and a fountain in the center square spouted clear water. A railroad cut through a grassy plain where a huge silver oak loomed over crumbling ruins, shiny and metallic and alive. "Summer and iron," Machina continued softly, "merged together, becoming one.
You've done the impossible, Meghan Chase. The corruption of the Never Never has been cleansed. The Iron Fae now have a place to live without fearing the wrath of the other courts. He sighed and shook his head. If Mab and Oberon can leave us in peace, that is.
What about regular Fae? I asked, as the images faded and it was just me and the Iron King once more. Can't they live here as well?
No. Machina faced me solemnly. Though you have cleansed the poison and stopped the spread of iron glamour, our world is still just as deadly to the old bloods. Iron Fae are still everything the regular Fae fear and dread. We cannot survive in the same place. The most we can hope for is peaceful coexistence in our separate realms, and even that might be too much for the other rulers of the Fae courts. Summer and winter are mired in their traditions. They need someone to show them another way.
I fell silent, considering this. What Machina said made sense, but he didn't say how he would accomplish this. Who would step up and be the champion of the Iron Fae, the new Iron King?
Of course. I sighed, shaking my head.
You'd think after saving the entire realm of Faerie I could get some sort of vacation, I muttered, daunted by the huge task before me. Why does it have to be me? Can't someone else do it?
When you gave away your power, you essentially healed the land, Machina said, regarding me with a small smile. And because you are connected, the land healed you in return. You, Meghan Chase, are the living, beating heart of the Iron Realm. Its glamour sustains you. Your existence gives it life. You cannot survive without each other.
He started to fade, the brightness around us growing dimmer, becoming a black void.
So, murmured the last Iron King, his voice barely a whisper in the dark. The only question is, what are you going to do now?
Something touched my face, and I opened my eyes. A small, anxious face stared into mine, eyes glowing green, huge ears fanning away from its head. Razor squawked as I blinked at him, then grinned in delight.
Master!
I groaned and waved him off. My body felt weak, pounded on and beaten into submission, but thankfully there wasn't any lingering pain. Above me, the metal branches of the great oak waved gently in the wind, sunlight slanting through the leaves and dappling the ground. My fingers brushed cool grass as I carefully eased myself into a sitting position, gazing around in astonishment. I was surrounded by Iron Fae. Gremlins and Iron Knights, hacker elves and clockwork hounds, wiremen, dwarves, spider hags, and more. Glitch stood silently with his arm in a sling, next to Spike Rail and two of his iron horses, watching me with solemn eyes. I could feel them. All of them. I could feel every heartbeat, sense the iron glamour coursing through them, pulsing in time with the land, flowing through me. I knew the edges of my realm, brushing against the Never Never, not spreading, not corrupting, content to sit within its new boundaries. I felt every tree and bush and blade of grass spread before me like a seamless patchwork quilt. And if I closed my eyes and really concentrated, I could hear my own heartbeat and the pulse of the land echoing it. What will you do now, Meghan Chase? I understood. This was my fate, my destiny. I knew what had to be done. Pulling myself upright, I took a step forward, away from the trunk, standing on my own. As one, every Iron Fae, rank upon rank of them, bowed their heads and sank to their knees. Even Glitch bending down awkwardly, holding on to a kneeling spike rail for support. Even Razor and the gremlins, burying their faces in the grass. The Iron Knights clanked in unison as they drew their swords and knelt, the sword points jammed into the earth. In silence, I gazed out over the mass of kneeling Fae and raised my voice. I don't know why I said it, but deep down I knew it was right. My words echoed over the crowd, sealing my fate. It would be a hard road, and I had a lot of work ahead of me. But in the end, this was the only possible outcome. My name is Meghan Chase, and I am the Iron Queen. Epilogue. Midnight at 14202 Cedar Drive, Louisiana.
Are you sure you want to do this?
Glitch asked me, his spines glowing electric blue in the darkness. We stood at the edge of the trees, looking out over an overgrown front yard and gravel driveway, a battered Ford at the top. I nodded wearily. The night was warm, humid, and no breeze stirred the branches of the tupelo trees around us. I wore jeans and a white top, and it felt strange being back in normal clothes. They deserve to know the truth. I owe them that much. They need to understand why I can't come home.
You can visit, Glitch said encouragingly. No one's going to stop you. No reason you can't go back from time to time.
Yeah, I agreed softly, but I wasn't convinced. Time flowed differently in Faerie, in the Iron Kingdom I now found myself ruling over. The first few days had been hectic, as I frantically did everything I could to keep Mab and Oberon from declaring another war on the Iron Fae, now that Ferrum was gone. Several meetings had been called, new treaties drawn up and signed, and strict rules had been placed on the boundaries between our kingdoms, before the rulers of summer and winter were appeased. I had the sneaking suspicion that Oberon was slightly more lenient because we were related, and I had no problem with that. Puck had been at these meetings, gregarious and unchangeable as always. He made it clear that he would not be treating me any differently just because I was a queen now, and proved it by kissing me on the cheek in front of a squad of angry Iron Knights, whom I had to yell at to stand down before they tried skewering him. Puck had flounced off, laughing. Around me he was cheerful and flippant, but overly so, as if he wasn't quite sure who I was anymore. There was a wariness to him now, an uncertainty that went beyond our easy friendship, making us awkward and uncomfortable with each other. Perhaps it was his very nature, as the incorrigible Robin Goodfellow, to defy kings and queens and make a mockery of those in authority. I didn't know. Eventually Puck would come around, but I had a feeling it would be some time before I got my old best friend back. I did not see Ash. Ever. I shook myself, trying to put him from my mind as I had done these past few days. Ash was gone. I'd made sure of that. Even if I hadn't used his true name, there was no way he could venture into the Iron Kingdom, no way he could survive there. It was better this way. Now if only I could convince my heart of that.
Sure you'll be all right?
Glitch asked, breaking through my thoughts.
I could come with you if you'd like. They won't even see me.
I shook my head. Better if I do this alone. Besides, there's one member of that household who can see you, and he's seen enough scary monsters to last him a lifetime.
Begging your pardon, Your Highness, Glitch smirked, but who are you calling a scary monster?
I swatted at him. My first lieutenant grinned, a constant shadow since the day I'd taken over the Iron Kingdom. The Iron Fae looked up to him, listened to him, when I couldn't be there. The Iron Knights had accepted his position easily, almost relieved to be back under his command, and I didn't question it. I'll be back before dawn, I said, glancing up at the moon through the trees. I trust you can handle things until then?
Yes, Your Majesty, Glitch replied, no longer smirking. And I winced, still getting used to the idea of being called Your Majesty by everyone. Princess had been bad enough. Moi Torda will be safe and secure until your return, and your father will be well looked after. Do not worry. I nodded, thankful that Glitch understood. After I became queen and set Moi Torda as the site of the new Iron Court, I kept the promise to myself and returned to Leoninshi's cabin for Paul. My human father was almost recovered, clear-minded most of the time, his memories fully intact. He knew me, and he remembered what had happened to him all those years ago. And now that his mind was finally his own, he was going to do everything in his power to keep it that way. I made it clear that he was free to leave the fairy world at any time, that I wasn't about to keep him here if he wanted to go. For the moment, Paul refused. He wasn't ready to brave the human world, not yet. Too much had changed in the time he'd been away. Too much had happened, and he'd been left behind. One day he might rejoin the real world, but for now he wanted to know his daughter again. He'd refused to come with me tonight. Tonight is for you, he told me before I left. You don't need any distractions. One day I'd like your mother to know what happened, but I hope to explain it myself, if she even wants to see me again. He sighed, looking out the window of his room. The sun was setting behind the distant clock tower, casting his face in a reddish light. Just tell me this. Is she happy? I hesitated, a lump forming in my throat. I think so. Paul nodded, smiling sadly. Then she doesn't need to know about me. Not yet, anyway. Or not ever. No. You go and see your family again. I really don't have any business being there. Majesty! Glitch's voice interrupted my musings. He'd been doing that a lot lately, bringing me back to the present when I drifted off. Are you all right? I'm fine. I faced the dark house again, pushing my hair back. Well, here I go. Wish me luck. And before I lost my nerve, I stepped onto the gravel driveway and forced my steps in the direction of the house. For as long as I could remember, the middle step of the porch had creaked when trod upon, no matter where you put your foot or how lightly you stepped on it. It didn't creak now. Not even a squeak as I glided up the steps and came to a halt at the screen door. The windows were dark, and moths fluttered around the porch light, flicking shadows over the faded wooden steps. I could have easily opened the locked door. Doors and locks were no barrier to me now. A few whispered words, a push of glamour, and the door would swing open on its own. I could have entered the living room unhindered, invisible as the breeze. I didn't glamour the door. Tonight, at least for a little while, I wanted to be human. Raising my fist, I knocked loudly on the faded wood. There was no response at first. The house remained still and dark. A dog barked somewhere in the night. A light flicked on inside, footsteps thumping over the floor. A silhouette against the curtains, and then Luke's face appeared in the window, peering out suspiciously. At first, my stepfather didn't appear to see me, though I was staring right at him. His brow furrowed, and he dropped the curtain, stepping back. I blew out a sigh and pounded the door again. It swung open this time, quickly, as if whoever was on the other side expected to catch the prankster banging on his door at 12 a.m. Luke peered at me. He looked older, I thought, his brown eyes warier than before, his face grizzled. He regarded me with a puzzled look, one hand still on the doorknob. Yes? He prompted when I didn't say anything. Can I help you? He still didn't recognize me. I wasn't surprised, or even angry, really. I wasn't the same girl who vanished into Faerie a year ago.
But before I could say anything, the door was yanked open all the way, and Mom appeared in the frame. We stared at each other. My heart pounded, half fearful that Mom would turn that blank, puzzled gaze on me, not recognizing the strange girl on the porch. But a second later, Mom let out a small cry and flew through the door. Another moment, and I was in her arms, hugging her tightly as she sobbed and laughed and asked me 1,000 questions all at once. I closed my eyes and let this moment swirl around me, holding on to it for as long as I could. I wanted to remember, for just a few heartbeats, what it was like to be not a fairy or a pawn or a queen, but just a daughter.
Maggie?
I pulled back a bit, and through the open door I saw Ethan, standing at the foot of the stairs. Taller now, older. He must have grown at least 3 inches while I was gone. But his eyes were the same, bright blue and as solemn as the grave. He didn't run to me as I entered the living room, didn't smile. Calmly, as if he knew I'd be back all along, he walked across the floor until he was standing a foot away. I knelt, and he watched me, holding my gaze with an expression far too old for his face.
I knew you'd come back.
His voice was different, too. Clearer now, more sure of himself. My half-brother was no longer a toddler.
I didn't forget.
No, I whispered. You didn't forget. I opened my arms, and he finally stepped into them, fisting his hands in my hair. I hugged him to me as I stood, wondering if this was the last time I would hold him like this. He might be a teenager when I saw him next. Meghan? Mom's voice made me turn. She stood at the edge of the living room with Luke behind her, watching me with a strange, sad expression, as if she'd just figured something out. You're not staying, are you? I closed my eyes, feeling Ethan's arms around my neck squeeze tight. No, I told her, shaking my head. I can't. I have responsibilities now, people who need me. I just wanted to say goodbye and... My breath hitched, and I swallowed hard to clear my throat, and try to explain what happened to me the night I went back. I sighed and cast a glance at Luke, still standing by the door in confusion, his brow furrowed as he looked from me to Mom and back again. I don't know if you'll believe me, I continued, but you should hear the truth. Before I have to leave. Mom walked across the floor as if sleepwalking, sinking on the couch in a daze. But her eyes were clear and determined when she looked at me and patted the cushion beside her. Tell me everything, was all she said. And so I did, starting from the beginning. The day I walked into Fairy to get Ethan back, I told them about the Fairy courts, about Oberon and Mab and Puck. I told them about Machina and the Iron Fae, about Glitch and the rebels and the False King. I glossed over a few small, terrifying details, parts of the story where I almost died or that were too scary for Ethan to hear. I left out the parts with Paul, knowing it wasn't my place to tell his story. By the time I reached the end where I defeated Ferrum and became the Iron Queen, Ethan was asleep on my lap, and Luke's eyes were glazed over in utter disbelief. I knew he wouldn't remember much of the story, if any, that it would slip and fade from his mind, becoming something he heard in a fairy tale. Mom was silent for several heartbeats when I finished. So, you're a queen now. She said the words like she was testing them, seeing how they felt. A fairy queen. Yes. And there's no way for you to stay in the real world, with us, with your family. I shook my head. The land is calling me. I'm tied to it now. I have to go back. Mom bit her lip and her eyes finally filled with tears. I was surprised when Luke spoke, his deep, calm voice echoing through the room.
Will we see you again?
I don't know, I said truthfully. Maybe.
Will you be all right? Luke continued. Alone with these things? As if speaking the word fairy would make it more real, and he wasn't about to start believing yet.
I'll be fine. I thought of Paul and wished he could be here tonight. I won't be alone. The sky through the windows was lightening. We had talked through the night, and dawn was on its way. Gently, I kissed Ethan's forehead and eased him onto the couch without waking him, then stood to face Mom and Luke. I have to go, I said softly. They're waiting for me. Mom hugged me again, and Luke enfolded us both in his thick arms. Be sure to write. Mom sniffed, as if I was going on a long trip or away to college. Maybe it was easier for her to think that. Call us if you have the chance, and try to come home for the holidays. I'll try, I murmured, stepping away. For a moment, I gazed around the farmhouse, reliving old memories, letting them warm me inside and out. No longer home, but it was a part of me that would always be there, a place that would never fade away. I turned to Mom and Luke and smiled through the tears I hadn't realized were falling until now. Meghan, Mom stepped forward, pleading. Are you sure you have to do this? Can't you stay just a few days? I shook my head. I love you, Mom. Drawing on my glamour, I swirled it around me like a cloak. Tell Ethan I won't forget. Meghan! Goodbye, I whispered, and faded from sight. Both Mom and Luke jumped, looking around frantically. Then Mom buried her face in Luke's shoulder and sobbed. Ethan woke up, blinked at his parents, then looked right at me, still invisible by the front door. His eyebrows rose and I put a finger to my lips, praying he wouldn't cause a fuss. Ethan smiled. One small hand rose in a brief wave. Then he hopped off the couch and padded up to Mom, still being consoled by Luke. I watched my family, felt their love and grief and support, and smiled proudly. You'll be fine, I told them, swallowing the lump in my throat. You'll be fine without me. Blinking back tears, I gave my family one last look and swept through the front door into the waiting dawn. I was halfway across the front lawn, forcing myself to put one foot in front of the other and not turn back, when a bark caught my attention, and I looked up. Something was bounding toward me over the grass, a shadow in the pre-dawn light, something large and furry and vaguely familiar. A wolf? No, a dog. A big, shaggy... No, that couldn't be right. Beau? I gasped as the huge German shepherd slammed into me with the force of a freight train, nearly knocking me down. It was Beau. I laughed as his big paws muddied my shirt, and his enormous tongue slapped the side of my face. What are you doing here? I asked, rubbing his neck as he panted and wagged his whole body in joy. I hadn't seen our old farm dog since the day Luke had unjustly taken him to the pound, thinking he'd bitten Ethan. Did Mom decide to bring you home? How? I stopped, my fingers brushing something thin and metallic looped around his neck, under his shaggy fur. Wondering if it was a collar with tags, I calmed Beau long enough to pull it free, drawing it over his ears and holding it up for a closer look. It was a familiar silver chain, on which hung the remains of a shattered amulet, glinting in the pre-dawn light. My heart skipped a beat. With Beau still dancing at my feet, I looked around, scanning the front yard and the edge of the trees. He couldn't be here. I'd sent him away, released him from his vows. He should hate me. And yet, here it was. For a few heart-pounding moments I waited for his dark form to slip out of the shadows, for those bright silver eyes to find me. I thought I could feel him nearby, watching. I could almost imagine I sensed his heartbeat, felt his emotions. Or maybe that was my own longing, my own sense of loss and grief and regret, and the love I knew could never be. A weight pressed against my chest, and I smiled sadly. Deep down, I knew he wasn't coming. We were from different worlds now. Ash couldn't survive in the Iron Realm, and I would not, abandon it. I had responsibilities to the Iron Realm, to my subjects, to myself. Ash couldn't be a part of that. Better a clean break than to drag it out, wishing for the impossible. He knew that. This was just his final gift, his last farewell. Still I hesitated, my stomach in knots, hoping against hope that he would find me, change his mind, and come back. But several silent minutes passed, and Ash did not appear. Finally, as the last of the stars faded from the heavens, I put the chain in my pocket and knelt to scratch Bo behind the ears. "He's something, isn't he?" I asked the dog, who blinked and thumped his tail solemnly. "I don't know where he found you, or how he brought you here, but I'm glad he did. I wish I could see him one more time." A lump rose to my throat, and I swallowed it down. "You'll like it in your new home, boy," I went on, trying to be cheerful. "Plenty of room, lots of gremlins to chase, and I think you'll really like Paul." The dog whined, cocking his head. I kissed his long muzzle and stood. "Come on," I said, wiping my eyes. "I'll introduce you." The sky was now a soft pink. Birds twittered in the branches around me, and a faint wind rustled the leaves. Everywhere life was stirring, moving on. I took a deep breath and looked to the sky, letting the breeze dry my tears. Ash was gone. But I still had people who needed me, who were waiting for me. I could wallow in my loss, or I could trust my night and move on. I could wait. Time was on my side, after all. In the meantime, I had a kingdom to run. "Majesty!" Glitch's voice shattered the calm of the morning, and my first lieutenant came striding through the trees. Bo growled, flattening his ears, until I touched his neck and he calmed down. "Are you all right?" Glitch asked anxiously, violet eyes wide as he stared at Bo. "What is that thing? It looks dangerous. Did it hurt you?" "Bo, this is Glitch," I introduced, and the dog gave a tentative tail wag. "Glitch, this is Bo. Be nice, the both of you. You'll be seeing a lot of each other, I expect." "Wait, it's coming with us?" I laughed at his horrified expression. Bo barked happily and wagged his tail, leaning close. I slipped my arm through Glitch's and smiled at the dog pressed against my leg. Life wasn't perfect, but it was as perfect as it could be at the moment. I had a place in the world. I wasn't alone. "Come on," I told them. "They'll be waiting for us back at the city. Let's go home." Ash. He watched her from the fading dark, unseen and invisible, just another shadow in the trees. He wondered if he had been right to come here, to see her one last time, though he knew resisting her was futile. He couldn't leave without seeing her again, hearing her voice and seeing her smile, even though it wasn't for him. He had no illusions about his addiction to her. She had her fingers sunk firmly into his heart and could do with it what she wished. He watched her walk away with the Iron Fairy and the dog, watched them leave to return to her own realm, back to a place he couldn't follow. For now. "So?" Robin Goodfellow appeared beside him, arms crossed over his chest, also watching the girl and her companions depart. "She's gone." "Yes." Goodfellow shot him a sideways glance, wary and expectant. "What now?" He sighed, raked a hand through his hair.
I have something to do, he murmured. A promise to keep. I might not be back for a long time. Huh? Goodfellow scratched his head and grinned. Sounds like fun. Where are we going? Now it was his turn to eye the other Fae. I don't recall inviting you. Too bad, Ice Boy. Infuriating as always, Goodfellow leaned back and smirked at him. I've had enough of war and killing for a while. Tormenting you is so much more fun. Besides, Goodfellow sighed and looked back to the now empty steps. I want her to be happy, and she's most happy with you. Maybe this will make up for past mistakes. He shook his head and returned to his normal idiocy. So either you say, sure, I'd love to have you along, or you have a big bird dropping things on your head the whole trip. He sighed, defeated. Perhaps it was best for Goodfellow to trail along. He was a competent fighter, after all, and they had been friends once. Though this journey would change nothing. Fine, he muttered. Just stay out of my way. The summer fairy grinned, rubbing his hands together, looking gleeful. He felt a brief moment of trepidation, inviting Puck along. Most likely they would try to kill each other before the trip was through. So where are we going? Goodfellow asked. I assume you have some sort of plan for this adventure? An adventure. He didn't think of it that way. But it didn't matter. I don't care what it's called. I just want to be with her at the end. I'm not giving up. Meghan, I'll be with you soon. Please wait for me. Hey, Ice Boy, did you hear me? Where are we going? What are we doing? I heard you, he murmured and turned away, beginning to walk into the trees. And yes, I have a plan. Really? Do enlighten me. First, we're going to find a certain cat.
This has been an Audible Inc. and Harlequin production of The Iron Queen, written by Julie Kagawa, read by Christine Vam. Executive producer, Beth Anderson. Producer, Mike Charzik. Music by Michael Whalen. Copyright 2011 by Julie Kagawa. Production copyright 2011 by Audible Inc. There's more paranormal young adult stories to be enjoyed in Rachel Vincent's Soul Screamer series. In My Soul to Take, something is wrong with Kaylee Kavanaugh. She doesn't see dead people, but she senses when someone near her is about to die. And when that happens, a force beyond her control compels her to scream bloody murder, literally. Kaylee just wants to enjoy having caught the attention of the hottest guy in school. But a normal date is hard to come by when Nash seems to know more about her need to scream than she does. And when classmates start dropping dead for no apparent reason, only Kaylee knows who will be next. Download My Soul to Take today.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.